Mr. Chair, we're on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, let's give it a start. Welcome everyone to the March 9 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. We begin with a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, as always, we'll start with you. If you would give us the TV coverage announcement and call the roll.
Yes, thank you, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Friday after 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Park.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez.
here.
And Chair Cooney.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. We have next our agenda status report and projection report, which hopefully we will get from Mr. Wilson. Secretary Wilson, there you are. Good morning to you.
Good morning, sir. I'm still working on my voice. It's close. It's close. Or it might be the new me. So either one. I don't know.
Secretary Wilson and Chair Cooney, I just wanted to point out that we did after the last hearing. I did revise and send out a revised agenda to include the reconsideration of the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency item. So at some point, we just need to address that as well.
Okay, I remember seeing your email, David. I don't have that. Where would that best fit? Just prior to public comment?
So I'm trying to recall. I think that we can do it. Yeah, anywhere in the admin agenda, I think is fine.
Okay. Well, Mr. Wilson, agenda status report.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My recommendation is that we pick up the reconsideration after the agenda status report and projection report, so that way I can talk about it briefly during our projection report. But we can do that after I get done, if that's okay with you, Chair.
Sure.
In regards to the agenda status report, we have one item on the agenda today, which is the Arctic Cold Agricultural Processor and Freezer Project. Staff and the applicant are both ready and prepared to present on that item today. Moving to the projection report, Mr. Chair. Our next scheduled hearing is on March 30th. We have no items projected. And then on April 6th, we have one item projected, which is the El Capitan site improvements. And then on April 13th, again, no items projected on that date. And then moving down to April 27th, we have three items projected. An appeal of the Refugio Farm and it's an appeal of the Old College Ranch cannabis cultivation. And then we have an appeal of homestay on that day as well. And then the 5-year capital improvement program is on that date. And then moving down to May 4th is the appeal of the Winchester cannabis cultivation project. And last week, Commissioner Park had asked what district that is in, and it is in District 3. I don't know if you've gotten the messages or not, Commissioner Park. And that takes us to May 4th, and there are no other items projected after May 4th. And that concludes the projection report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any questions from commissioners on the projection report? Questions or comments? Since we have,
Commissioner Cooney, Chair Cooney, I'm sorry, just quickly on that projection report, can I make one comment?
by all means,
So for the May 4th item, thank you, Secretary Wilson, for telling us that it's in the District 3. I actually already researched this with County Council, but I have a conflict of interest on that case because I have City of Goleta as my client, and because they're an appellant, I won't be able to participate in that hearing. So for whatever it means in terms of schedules and everything, at least for now, you only have 4 commissioners. I'm not sure if anyone else has a conflict, but I can't act on that one.
thank
That's all.
you, Commissioner Bradley. We'll keep that in mind, and as we get a little closer, we'll take a look at our composition. Commissioner Park, do you still have a conflict on the 13th?
Yes, I believe so. Trying to remember what it was, but I believe so.
I'm not remembering either. I had a note on it, but
It's
would the commission want to look at canceling the April 13 meeting? I think Mr. Wilson indicated previously that the Planning and Development Department has budget hearings on that date. So it might be easier on staff if we just plan ahead not to hold that meeting.
Oh, now I remember what the conflict is, if it's of any relevance to you. I was asked to sit on a panel discussing public outreach for the American Environmental Professionals, AEP. Is that what that stands for? And that's up in Yosemite. So I'm not sure exactly how I do it.
If you can take your laptop up to Yosemite, I don't think that's a problem.
Then I have to pay for a room as I sit there on the laptop. Anyway,
Okay. Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Park, to cancel the meeting of April 13?
I would. So I'll move to cancel the meeting on April 13.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Farini. Mr. Villalobos, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez, Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Thank you. Chair Cooney,
Aye.
motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Wilson, should we turn now to the consideration of extending the state of emergency recognition?
Yes, Chair.
Chair
Oh,
Cooney?
sorry.
Chair Cooney, should we be addressing the March 30 meeting also or not? It appears that we have nothing on the agenda there. And it would now also be a time to move to cancel that meeting, or is that premature?
No, I think that's our next meeting, so it is in order.
Then I would like to move to cancel the March 30 meeting because we have nothing on that agenda. I don't think anything can be noticed between now and then, and it's just our very next meeting. So that's my motion. Cancel that meeting as well.
All right, a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley. Another roll call.
Commissioner
please.
Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we're getting a bit of a waiver on intensity of our meetings, so save up your energy for what's to come. Mr. Wilson, would you lead us through the issue of continuing the state of emergency, or is that for Commissioner, for Director Plowman?
So I can walk you through it. Staff is continuing to request and recommend that the Planning Commission make those findings that there's a state of emergency that still exists and to direct staff to continue to remain remote. And as we talked about last hearing, we will continue to put this on the agenda in the event that the Planning Commission may want to reconsider and go in person. So today it'll take us to April 6th, which is actually going to be our next hearing, being that we just canceled the March 30th. So this will give us that 30 days. We're not going to be meeting in between then. And then on April 6th, we can pick this up again and see if we want to start transitioning back to in-person in April.
Questions from commissioners? Any discussion? Commissioner Park.
This is just a follow-up to a question I asked at our last meeting, or I think I did. Do you have a sense, Secretary Wilson, of the comfort level of staff to having us and members of the public in sharing the meeting room with you?
Thank you, Commissioner Park, through the chair. We did hear that question, and we, Director Plowman and I did look into that. And so I think it's a mixed feeling as far as staff. The hearing room isn't as spacious as, like, let's say, the board hearing room. And so we're looking at, if we do go back in person, do hybrid, allow staff that are uncomfortable to maybe do remote presentations, and allow for a little bit more flexibility as far as who's going to be in person. As you can see, even today, the hearing room starts getting crowded with staff. And so it's kind of a mixed bag. And then the other concern that staff has, we just don't know the situations in the home life or outside of work. And so that just adds a little bit of a variable as far as some people may have family members that may be more sensitive than others, or in a situation where they're more concerned. So we're trying to balance those concerns with going back to in-person.
Yeah, well, I'd like to keep hearing about that, because this is really sort of a group decision, and it should be a group decision that doesn't just include, like 5 planning commissioners. We should be looking at a much larger family here. So thank you for that.
Perhaps Director Plowman, when you give your report, we can discuss another issue. I know it was raised at the Board of Supervisors yesterday. There is a concern that we give the greatest possible access to the public and not extend the emergency beyond what is best for the public. That's where we should start. So thank you, Mr. Wilson. So do we have motion to extend the state of emergency and a recommendation from staff through to our meeting of the 6th of April?
I'll move.
Thank you.
So.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bridley, a second by Commissioner Park. Any further discussion before we vote? Not seeing any. Okay. Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Brightly,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, that brings us to that part of the agenda. When we open the meeting to comments from the public, Mr. Villalobos, are you aware of any members of the public who wish to address the commission on matters not on today's agenda?
Mr. Chair, no. I believe both the speakers that we have are signed up to speak on the standard agenda item.
Okay, so we'll then go to Planning Commissioner informational reports. Anyone have anything today to share with the commission? Doesn't look like it. So that brings us to the minutes of February 23, which were circulated. Any comments, changes, or a motion to approve?
Mr. Chair, staff has a correction if none of the commissioners do.
David, there's a typo in item 4, Roman numeral 4 on page 1 of the administrative agenda. Did you get that one?
That is not the one I was referring to, but
Okay, well, in that presentation of resolution to Dan Blau, the second line, third line, the work of the commission is what I think we mean there, the impact he had on the work of the commission, not the commissioner.
got it. Thank you.
Okay, with corrections, motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second,
We have a motion from Commissioner Farini and a second by Commissioner Park. Time for roll call.
Mr. Chair, again, I'm sorry. I just wanted to actually note the correction that staff had.
All right, go ahead.
So I'm surprised. I'm surprised that neither you or Commissioner Bradley caught it. And that is on item number 2, motion number 3. It references on that the Montecito Planning Commission. That should be County Planning Commission.
Touche,
Commissioner.
Mr.
Bright.
Villalobos. Can't believe it. I must have been
scared
speed
me.
reading.
Did you plant that, Mr. Villalobos?
Yeah.
I promise I did
That
not.
really seems devious.
All right.
Oh, thank you for catching that. Okay, we have a motion pending. Does the maker or seconder wish to amend? No.
Yeah, I will amend to include staff's corrections.
Great. Commissioner Park, are you okay with that?
sure, I'm kind of lost now, but that's good. I'll do whatever Commissioner Freeney does.
Yeah, I find that same principle worthwhile, yes. So let's get by this, guys.
But I want to
Time
get
for a
that
vote.
from Commissioner Bradley sometime.
All right. Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
It bears mention what a good job staff and Mr. Villalobos in particular does with our minutes, and we can probably ignore reading them in the future and just depend on him to point out anything he plants like that.
I think it's actually, I'm Chair Cooney, I think it's actually a good warm up for the public watching the hearing because it shows that we do pay attention to everything. Thank you.
Okay, so we're down to Director Plowman for her report. We look forward to it.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. How are you today?
Good.
You're all well. So I can start with the discussion about access to the public. It sounded like Commissioner Cooney or Chair Cooney, you're interested in having me talk a little bit about that.
I think your view of it is critical. So every
Sure.
meeting that we talk about it, I think you should add your voice.
Yeah. And I think Mr. Wilson represented staff's perspective adequately. I mean, that is the case that some people feel more comfortable than others about being in a room with a lot of people. And the Planning Commission hearing room is tighter quarters than the board hearing room. So we are trying to provide the opportunity for people to be either in person or via remote. We are working on getting ourselves set up technologically so that we can do that and have enough space for the staff at the tables and be able to be on camera and have the commission to be able to be spaced if they want to adequately. So we're still in the process. We're not quite ready for that. So I think it's valuable to give us the time to get you set up so you can function as effectively as possible. So far, we haven't heard much concern expressed by the public that they don't have access. I think a lot of people are grateful for the ability to participate remotely. So we want to continue that into the future, even though it's not required, it's not going to be required by law. We want to be able to continue that so people don't have to drive a great distance to come be in person or take a lot of time off work and sit in the hearing room and wait for an item. So as we prepare for that, I think it's right now we're still in a position where we think it's best to continue to be in a remote situation, but I think shortly we'll be able to transition, provided there isn't some new variant or something that comes along. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I read some press coverage actually on News Hawk about the hearing yesterday, and it looked like the hearing of the day was the Exxon trucking hearing, and I think I read that there were 100 public speakers. Was that sort of a hybrid thing there? I mean, was some of those remote and some of those in person?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that's correct. Some were remote and some were in person.
Okay.
Some wore masks, some didn't. So there ended up being, I think, around 71 speakers because some people left off and didn't stick around to make their comments. But yeah, so there were a lot of people in the hearing room yesterday.
Okay, I have another question about that, just a procedural one, and it's not exactly this issue, but I'd like to ask it now just so it doesn't flee my mind. And it had to do with how the findings came about, because I just remember that when that matter came in front of us, the recommendation in the staff report was for approval, and then we had approval findings, and then as is the usual. I mean, it's not the usual that we disagree with staff, but here we disagreed with staff. And so we needed negative findings, which came a few weeks later. Now, here, the newspaper article was discussing findings for denial. So I'm just curious, was the staff report different by the time it got to the board? Did it recommend denial, or did you have alternative findings? How is it there were findings for denial there?
Sure. So before I delve into that question, Commissioner Park, through the chair, I do want to say that the speakers were about 50-50, 50% being remote and 50% in the room. And you would expect a big attendance at a hearing like that, because it's a well publicized and an important issue.
But that indicates the hybrid model is what the public wants if you got that kind of a split.
Right. So we did forward the Planning Commission's recommendation and recommended denial of the project. Staff did.
Okay.
And we ended up making some additional corrections or changes to the findings because the board made some particular comments that we wanted to build into those findings, which we did over a break, and then returned back to the board with revised findings that they ultimately adopted.
Got it. Now, you don't automatically recommend whatever the Planning Commission did, though, right? Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
That's correct. It's not very common that we wouldn't forward the Planning Commission's recommendation. There have been one or two occasions where we have not, since I have been back, but they're very rare, and they're usually when there's been sort of a procedural error, or a finding that some kind of procedural error or an issue. So it's not very common, and we have done it, I think, twice.
But I think you should retain that discretion because the board, in fact, the public relies on your professional judgment. And so it may differ from ours from time to time. So, okay. Well, thank you very much. That allows me to understand what happened better.
Sure.
Ms. Plowman, we interrupted your report. Do you have more?
I do have a little bit more. So as indicated by the conversation I've had with Commissioner Park and the rest of the commission this morning, the board did take action on Exxon, and they did deny the project yesterday. They also continued the appeal of the Orcutt gas station to allow the appellant to transition attorneys, and that item was continued to May 3rd. And then I wanted to let you know that the Steiner appeal, which was in the 4th district now, was in the 3rd district previously, has been withdrawn. So that will not be heard by the board. So that was resolved outside that hearing process. So that was good news. And then just the upcoming items that we have the Hawker Philippides, which is a lot line adjustment appeal on the 15th of March. So that's next week. And the Abood appeal of Hacienda Amador Homestay is on the 5th of April. And the long range work program is also on the 5th of April. I do want to let you know that our budget hearing is on Tuesday, the 12th of April for P&D. The budget hearings are 3 days, but planning and development is on the Tuesday in the afternoon, if you're interested in watching. And I think that's all I have. I'm happy to answer. Oh, I did want to share, if it hasn't already been shared this morning, that Dan Blau's memorial is Thursday at 11:30 at the Santa Maria Country Club, I believe. So I wanted to make sure people knew that.
Yes, we heard, the commissioners all heard from Commissioner Farini about that hearing on Friday. And we have pending a resolution honoring Commissioner Blau, and we need to get that on the agenda. Hopefully, maybe the 6th we could work that in and have it fully prepared. But I'll open that discussion with Commissioner Farini unless he has something to add here now.
I agree, Chair Cooney. I think that's a great timing, and appreciate you following through on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for letting us know about the memorial service. It will be, I'm sure, well attended.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry to have to deliver that news, but yeah, we like to honor him with that resolution. And so I can do whatever necessary on our end to make sure that that gets wrapped up.
I'll work with Mr. Villalobos. He has a good start on it, and we can certainly get your input too.
Excellent. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your report. Always a highlight of the pre-meeting part of our meeting. Okay, so commissioners, are we ready to move to the sole item on our regular agenda today? I will just flag that at about 10 o'clock, we'll look for a break in the presentations to take a brief break for the benefit of staff, commission, and all. So if we're ready for reading that into the record, Mr. Villalobos, will you do that, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Fisher Construction Group applicant on behalf of AFP LLC and Great 1031 LLC vested property owners to consider the following applications: 20 DVP 6, 20 CUP 5, and to certify the environmental impact report case number 21 EIR 1 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Do we have ex parte disclosures from members of the commission? Commissioner Farini.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cooney. Yes, I think I have spoken with David Swank, the applicant's planning group, about 3 times on this project, and I've done several site visits to the area as well.
Commissioner Bridley.
Yes, I also spoke with Mr. Swank last week and had a conversation with staff yesterday, but that's not Brown Act disclosure. And then I did a site visit yesterday and really enjoyed the district, even though I kept on trying to have lunch with one of you. I did not succeed up there in the North County. So the site visit was very informative, though, so that's my disclosure.
Okay. Commissioner Park, Commissioner Martinez, any disclosures? Don't see any. Okay.
Not for me.
Not for me.
Okay, then we're ready to move to the staff's report.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Travis Seawards, Deputy Director. I wanted to quickly introduce a few people. We have been working with Rincon on this project as on-call consultants. So I have with us today myself, Catherine Lair, Supervising Planner. Steve Connor from Rincon will be the planner presenting the case, and Chris Burzbach from Rincon will be presenting the environmental information during the PowerPoint. So thank you.
Great. Who's beginning?
Steve Connor, take it away, Steve.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Clooney. We'll begin with a description of the project and finish with a description of the project compliance with CEQA and project consistency with County Comprehensive Plan Policy and Land Use Development Code. The project is located at 1750 East Betaravia Road, approximately 1 mile east of the city of Santa Maria, near the southwest corner of the intersection with Rosemary Road, as shown on the vicinity map here. All improvements and activities will be located within the confines of the dashed red line boundary on the site map shown here. The project is located within an Ag 2 40 zone, which has a 40-acre minimum lot size. The purpose of this zone is to preserve lands for long-term agricultural use. The existing lot is made of 2 assessor's parcels, a 100-acre parcel and a 10-acre parcel. The existing lot is currently being used for row crops and contains a 50,000 square foot agricultural produce processing facility doing business as Midcoast Cooling. The surrounding land uses consist of predominantly agricultural operations and processors. In addition, there's another processor located immediately north across Betaravia Road doing business as Central City Cooling. Next slide, please. The request before your commission is for a development plan and a conditional use permit for the Arctic Cold Facility. The development plan includes a request for an approximate 10-acre building on a 40-acre portion of an existing 110-acre lot. The freezer portion of the plan includes approximately 322,000 square feet of freezer, loading dock, blast freezer, administrative offices, and mechanical space. The plan also includes a 2-acre outdoor storage area for empty pallets and cartons, parking for 532 employees during peak season, a domestic water system, a new septic system, a 2.4-acre process wastewater system basin, a 5.5-acre stormwater basin, and approximately 16 acres of landscaping. Off-site improvements will include widening of Betaravia Road and new turning lanes for east and westbound employee and operations vehicles, and replacement of a Class 2 bicycle lane. The project will include 2 new access driveways along the south side of Betaravia Road. As part of the development plan, and is allowed by Section 35 of the Land Use Development Code, the applicant has requested a modification to reduce the required parking from spaces from 622 to 532. The applicant will be required to implement a transportation demand management plan to address traffic reduction as well. Lastly, the request includes a conditional use permit, which is required pursuant to Land Use Development Code, Section 35, for the agricultural processing of off-premise products. Next slide, please. Here you see, if you could click on there, the red dashed outline is the building. Next, click on there. The processor portion is in the red. And next, we have the freezer portion in blue. Next, we have the parking and loading dock, permanent parking on the west side of the building. Next, we have the seasonal parking on the south side of the building. Next, we have more permanent parking between Betaravia Road and the structure. Next, we have the outdoor storage in orange. Next, we have the septic fields in green. And next, we have the process wastewater basin in burgundy. And finally, we have the stormwater basin in aqua. Next slide, please. This rendering shows a photo simulation of the proposed project at full build-out. As mentioned, an existing processor building known as Central City Cooling is is located across Betaravia and is just north of the project. The 50,000 square foot mid-coast cooling facility located on the same property as the proposed facility is not shown here, but it's located just off the screen at the bottom left at the end of an access road. The photo shows equipment staging for existing row crop operations near the bottom along the east-west road that provides access to mid-coast cooling. And now I'll hand over the presentation to my colleague, Chris Bursbach, to describe the environmental review project. Chris, are you ready?
I am. Thank you, Steve, Chair Cooney, Commission. So following the applicable CEQA guidelines, the county prepared a project EIR to evaluate the potential environmental effects of the project. The EIR is an informational document that discloses to the public whether a project would result in significant environmental effects, and if so, how those impacts could be mitigated. The EIR has gone through all the required public review stages, which include circulating a notice of preparation for 30 days at the beginning of the EIR process to allow stakeholders to comment on the planned scope of the EIR, circulating the draft EIR for 45 days to allow stakeholders the opportunity to provide feedback on the conclusions and the mitigation measures that are in the EIR. For this stage, we also held a public comment hearing where members of the public could share their comments on the draft EIR. And then preparing a final EIR that includes written responses to all comments received, written or verbal, on the draft EIR, including those from members of the public, as well as resource agencies such as the Air Pollution Control District. Next slide, please. So what were the conclusions of the environmental review process? The EIR examined 14 environmental issue areas in detail and found that those would experience less than, found that most of those would experience less than significant impacts or would be reduced below applicable thresholds of significance with appropriate mitigation measures. 3 issue areas would experience significant and unavoidable impacts as a result of the project, and those were air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and utilities. For context, a significant and unavoidable impact is an adverse environmental impact that can't be effectively avoided or mitigated. This means that no feasible mitigation measures were able to be identified that could reduce these impacts below applicable thresholds of significance. However, as indicated at the bottom of this slide, the draft EIR is still required to identify the maximum feasible mitigation for significant and unavoidable. For quality, mitigation requires implementing emissions reduction measures, infrastructure to support zero emission vehicles and equipment, electrical hookups for transport refrigeration units, time limits on idling of diesel trucks, and rooftop solar panels. For greenhouse gas emissions, mitigation requires implementing a GHG emissions reduction program, which would include a menu of specific emissions reduction measures that could include supplying electricity from renewable energy sources, implementing a transportation demand program, a zero waste program or other waste reduction measures such as on-site composting, and potential for off-site measures such as GHG mitigation reduction credits or carbon offsets. And for utilities, mitigation requires implementing a solid waste reduction program, which would commit the applicant to specific actions to reduce the amount of solid waste generated during both project construction and operation of the project. And with the exception of these issue areas, all of the other environmental effects of the project were found to be either less than significant or were able to be reduced below the county's thresholds of significance with required mitigation measures that are spelled out in detail in the EIR. And finally, the last thing I want to point out is the EIR does include a required mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which establishes the project applicant and planning and development's responsibilities for implementing each of the mitigation measures that are identified in the EIR. There are also other local agencies that the applicant would need to coordinate with to obtain certain permits and authorizations, and those may include additional permit-specific conditions that can go above and beyond the EIR mitigation measures. Next slide, please. So in addition to the project-specific impact evaluation, the CEQA guidelines also require an EIR to describe a range of reasonable alternatives to the project, which would feasibly attain most of the basic project objectives, but would avoid or substantially lessen significant environmental effects. For the purpose of the alternatives and the purpose of the alternatives analysis is to show conceptual ways to address significant impacts that would go above and beyond required mitigation measures, not necessarily for consideration as possible options for approval. The EIR doesn't evaluate every conceivable project alternative. The idea is to review a reasonable range of potential alternatives that would generally meet the basic project objectives. So the draft EIR addresses this requirement in 2 steps. First, there's a discussion of alternatives that were considered but rejected because they're infeasible or would clearly fail to meet the basic project objectives. These include alternative project sites that the applicant doesn't control or substantially reduced versions of the project. Second, there's a detailed discussion of 3 alternatives that were found to meet the basic project thresholds for feasibility and are consistent with most of the basic project objectives. Pardon me. These 3 alternatives included 1, a no-build scenario where no project is approved and nothing new is constructed on the site. That would essentially be a continuation of the existing row crop use of the site. Alternative 2, a reduced project alternative, which is a 25% smaller version of the proposed project. And that's a 25% just reduction of all project components across the board. And then alternative 3 was an alternative location on the same property. So for this alternative, we looked at the southeast corner of the subject property, accessed from Krell Road as opposed to Betaravia. And then based on the alternatives analysis in the EIR, the reduced project alternative, that 25% reduced project alternative, was found to be the environmentally superior alternative, although it would provide reduced operational capacity in comparison to the proposed project. And staff has been told by the project applicant that a reduced project alternative would not produce a viable project. Next slide, please. And I believe I'm handing it back to Steve Connor at this point.
Thanks, Chris. The project was analyzed and found to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan, including the land use, agricultural, circulation, conservation, energy, hazardous waste, noise, and seismic and safety elements. A complete discussion of these standards and policies, along with the project consistency analysis, is in section 6.2 of the staff report. Next slide, please. The project was analyzed and found to be consistent with the Chapter 35 of the Land Use Development Code. A detailed analysis can be found in Section 6.3 of the staff report. The intent of the Ag 240 zoning district is to designate and protect areas appropriate for long-term agricultural use on prime and non-prime soils. A large portion of the site will remain in row crop production as a viable operation. There is no height limit for non-residential development. The maximum height of the cooling tower with vertically stacked equipment will be approximately 57.5 feet above finished grade. There are no site coverage limitations for structures. However, a development plan is required for structures over 15,000 square feet on parcels of this size. The proposed structures comply with setbacks from the street, and there are no side or rear setback requirements. A conceptual landscape plan includes planting of vegetation at suitable intervals along Betaravia Road and in parking area islands. The parking and loading docks will accommodate employees and shipping trucks with a transportation demand management plan to compensate for the requested modification to reduce employee spaces. Under the agricultural processing facility standards, the project will include an agricultural processing facility that will be used lost my place there, for agricultural product that is similar to products grown on the premises. The primary purpose of the facility will not be to import on a continuing basis agricultural products from land more than 25 miles beyond the boundaries of the county. Under the site planning and other project standards, the height and scale of the proposed structures are compatible with the character of the surrounding environment, which contains row crops and processing and cooling facilities. The project will include proposed fencing and landscaping to screen views of the project site from East Betaravia Road. Proposed outdoor lighting will be the minimum necessary for adequate site safety and will be shielded and directed downward. The proposed fencing and walls will comply with height limitations, setbacks, and visibility requirements for safe traffic maneuvers. And the proposed project will incorporate appropriate stormwater controls and implement best management practices to address water quality impacts for peak runoff resulting from 25 and 100-year storms. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that you make the required findings for approval included in Attachment A, determine that the EIR is adequate, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program incorporated into the conditions of approval and is updated by staff's memorandum dated March 8th, 2022, and approve of the project subject to the conditions included as Attachment B1 and B2, and is updated by staff's memorandum dated March 8th, 2022. This concludes staff presentation. Next slide, please. Staff are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor, Mr. Bursback. Questions from commissioners? We have several indicating. Let's start with Commissioner Bradley. You're muted, Laura. Muted.
I do have, I just, really quickly, on the EIR alternatives, Mr. Burbach, so the 25% reduction, did that, I'm sure, I read this too quickly because there's a lot of material, but did that actually avoid the class ones then? I mean, is that the purpose of looking at alternatives?
That's a great question that I could maybe give a light CEQA seminar on, but I'll try to spare you from that. Yes, the intent of the project alternatives under CEQA is to, if possible, avoid the significant and unavoidable impacts that couldn't be eliminated through standard feasible mitigation. That is not always possible, and in this case, no, that reduced project alternative would not eliminate any of the significant and unavoidable impacts of the project as proposed. It would reduce them somewhat, but they would not go away as a result of that reduction.
Okay, and I had one other question too. I don't know where it is in the environmental report, but I'm sure this is where it began, was the analysis of the water supply for this case is still a little bit pending testing by Environmental Health Services. Do I have that kind of right? And maybe if you want to toss this back over to planning staff, that's fine, but the conclusion of the availability of well water on the property to serve this case is still a little bit out. It's not buttoned down. Because I think there's a condition that says prior to zoning clearance, they have to do testing that demonstrates there's sufficient water on the property to serve the building. Do I have that right?
Yes, Commissioner Bradley, and I may hand it back to any of my my colleagues on staff side if they'd like to pick it up. But just for the purpose of speaking to the environmental, that is the conclusion of the EIR, that that testing and approval by EHS of the proposed water well would be required, and that process would demonstrate that the well water would be sufficient to provide potable water for the site.
And so, because it is.
Laura, you got muted again. I'm not sure how.
I'm sorry, is it a matter of quality or quantity in that testing analysis?
Yes, that's a question of quality. The question of quantity, just to address that briefly, there is an analysis of water supply that's included in the EIR, and that does balance the anticipated water needs of the proposed project against the fact that it would eliminate 40 acres of row cropping currently going on the project site. So the conclusion there is that while the project would demand new water, that demand would be actually less than the amount of water that would be reduced from the elimination of irrigated row cropping on 40 acres.
Okay, thank you. I caught that earlier. I shouldn't have even asked the question. Sorry, thank you very much.
It's a good question.
Commissioner Park?
Yes, I have a series of questions. First, I want to ask a little bit about the bikeway, just so I understand it. And then I want to jump into the GHGs as discussed in the environmental impact report and where we go with that. So let me start with the bikeway. Do we have a visual representation, a map that shows where it is going to be?
Commissioner Park, just give us 1 minute. I'll pull it up if we want to maybe do another question. It might take me a minute though.
Yeah. So why don't we do that other question? You know, I'm old. I get confused because we used to have class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4 impacts, but now I guess we don't. We use a different sorting system. And then now we also have class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4 bikeways, and there's probably class 1, class 2 dementia. I don't know. What's a class 2 bikeway? What does that mean? What's it look like?
So this is Chris Bursbach from Rincon. Staff should feel free to speak up if they'd like to elaborate on this, but just in the silence, I will. As my understanding, Commissioner Park, is that a class 2 bikeway is a delineated bikeway that is part of or not separated from the existing roadway right of way. Staff should please correct me if I'm mistaken about that, but that's my understanding.
Commissioners, that's my understanding as well. Bike 1 is a separated and bike 2 is not.
And so then the bike 2, will that just be somebody painting a line on the side of the road, or will there actually be sort of some shoulder work to give more room for bikes, or does anybody know?
Here we go, Commissioner Park. I have the site plan. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Looks like there are stripes.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, you are correct. A class 2 bike lane is typically delineated by striping or marking of the pavement. So bikers have their own identified lane.
And do we know if the shoulder will be widened for that purpose here, or it'll just be more lines on the existing road?
Commissioner Park, that is correct. The pavement will be extended to accommodate the new bike lane.
Oh, that's great. You know, some of the significance of this is that it's we're talking, going back to the rec master plan, all those things, about a bikeway system up Fox and Canyon Road, Santa Maria Mesa Road, and Santa Maria Mesa, as it turns and heads towards Santa Maria, comes in through Betaravia. So having that bikeway has some significance to the public that's very positive, that goes beyond this project. Another thing on that is, do we have traffic studies that talk about whether employees will actually use this bikeway? This comes up in some kind of a question that deals with other potential bikeways in the Santa Maria area. So that's why I'm asking.
Commissioner Park, and I don't know. I think we do have Will Robertson on, who can maybe answer more directly to that. I don't know if a traffic study, I just don't know the answer to that question. So Will Robertson, are you there? Are you able to answer this?
I don't think Will is on the call at this point.
Okay.
And that's sort of a general question. So let me jump to my GHG questions. And first of all, Mr. Bursbach, Mr. Connor, did you both work on the EIR, or was that somebody else, or who worked on the drafting of that? I'm just curious.
This is Mr. Bursbach speaking. I was the project manager and worked closely on drafting of the EIR. Steve Connor assisted with portions of that, but Steve was primarily assisting staff with the general application processing for the project. So I'm the best able to speak to the contents of the EIR here present. I will note, just because it was specifically in your question, that my preparation of the EIR was assisted by a substantial range of our expert staff, but I'm should be able to answer any specific questions that you have about the contents of the EIR.
Let me preface my questions with a compliment. I personally know enough to know that the subject of GHGs is immensely important, but it's also immensely complicated. And if for those of you who are sitting there with this EIR in your lap, you can now turn to 4.81, and you will see the beginning of the discussion of GHGs. And I think it's masterful It starts with a description of what is a GHG, and then a discussion of, well, what GHGs do we have generally in this county, and then a discussion of where are GHGs regulated, and it's about 10 different places, federal, state, and county, and all sorts of different policies and acts. And then it gets down to a discussion of the GHGs of this project, and it breaks them down between mobile sources, stationary sources, original construction, operational, and it's all very clear. And I think it probably, most people won't keep that EIR around as a reference work forever, but really that little section for me is a great primer on this subject. So I wanted you to know that I felt that. That's good work. Some questions though about the EIR itself. When we talk about the no project alternative, I think that's sort of a misnomer. That's like no project at this site, but there are, we might look at other sites. Are there zoning areas in our zoning code where you wouldn't have to get a CUP? Like if you went to an M2, could you do this thing in an M2 zoning and not have to get a CUP?
Commissioner Park, I'm actually going to probably hand off that portion of the question, I think, to other staff. I will take a moment to say I very much appreciate your compliments on the EIR, and I do think it's relevant to note, not only as I did that we were assisted by a great number of our staff, but the GHG section in particular was also informed by a detailed and robust air quality and greenhouse gas emissions analysis that was prepared by LSA under contract to the applicant. I believe Amy Fisher from LSA is on the call today if there are more specific questions than I'm able to answer about any of those specific components. But Rincon peer reviewed and incorporated a lot of that information from them. So I just want to make sure that your compliment is extended appropriately to that staff as well. Your question about the no project alternative, I will only say that the CEQA guidelines are very specific about what a no project alternative needs to look like. It is a required component of CEQA, and it is fairly limited to the project site itself. It's assuming that the project is not constructed on that parcel. Your question, however, is astute, and I wonder if Steve or Travis or Catherine might be able to answer that more directly about whether or not such a project could be constructed without a CUP in other locations.
Commissioner Park, you've got some good questions for us. We're scrambling to look up the M2 zone right now so we can answer that question. So
let's hold that question.
Okay.
But now I've uttered it, and you have a longer span of attention than I do, so you guys can remember to bring it back up, and I'll keep going on with the GHG stuff. As I read your tables on the GHGs that would be generated here, it's around it's like 27 to 30,000 metric tons annually. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
And it looks like about 11 to 12,000 comes from mobile sources, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be, I guess trucks bringing produce and trucks taking it away.
Primarily, yes, it does also include employee trips, but I think the larger contributor to that number are the large truck trips.
Yeah, I think I remember something like 1,300 daily trips, and there's only about 10% of that are employees, or maybe less. So, yeah, that makes sense. So here's a question for this thing: is that a like a net figure? Does that because if I'm Commissioner Freeney and I've got strawberries and I want to send them over there, okay, and so I send them off on a truck and it creates some GHGs. But if I didn't send them there, I'd send them somewhere else. And so I wonder if this figure is kind of like a gross figure, or does it net out the GHGs that would be generated anyway by these products going somewhere else?
Commissioner Farini, that is an extremely astute question, and I'll say the same thing I said to Commissioner Bridley. I'm going to try to avoid giving you a CEQA seminar on this type of thing, but you are actually catching on very astutely to what I will generally describe as a difficulty with doing this type of analysis. The simple answer to your question is it's a gross figure. This does not account for the practical reality that if we presume that there is a demand for this type of processing and this type of facility, that if this project were not constructed, that demand might be satisfied at some other either existing facility, some facility that may be further away. So some would argue that I would say conclusively, this is a conservative analysis because it's a gross analysis. It doesn't address a net reduction, but you will see it argued in situations like this with a project that is attempting to satisfy a commercial demand and has a substantial transportation-related component, that demand in the absence of a project might be satisfied in another location that is further away or less convenient. And that is not accounted for here. It's extremely difficult to account for that accurately without making some pretty wild assumptions.
You would need a monstrous amount of computing to put it together. I don't even know if that exists in the world, taking every trip and analyzing it. But I think it is of some importance here because we have to classify this as a significant but unavoidable impact. Then we have to look at how, practically significant it is. And that's just one thing I would think about. But in that vein, then it looks like there's about 12, 13,000 annual metric tons for stationary there, right?
That's correct.
And is that the various gas boilers?
Yeah, primarily it is.
Yeah, I always think about this because I've been pretty hard on the oil companies at Cat Canyon and Exxon about the gas generators for steam. But then we get these ag projects, and a lot of them are even in Carpinteria, we look at boilers for some of the cannabis projects. And then I'm not really sure what kind of GHGs they generate and is it important or not important. Now, the mitigation for these stationary GHGs in this project, it includes preparing a greenhouse gas reduction program. And that gets reviewed by who? Is it our staff?
Yes, that would be reviewed by planning and development staff.
And does it ever get updated? I mean, is it like an annual thing, a 5-year thing, or a never updated thing?
If I can say just a little bit more about that, we often get questions about mitigation like this, that it's not, or concerns that it's not sufficiently specific, that it doesn't say you must do A, B, C, and D. That's quite intentional with greenhouse gas emissions reduction mitigation, because ultimately it has been pretty well demonstrated that applicants who understand the nuts and bolts of their project are often actually better positioned to identify the most economically appropriate ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and what is and isn't actually practical for a specific project. So the intent of mitigation like this is to set a performance standard, which is a requirement of the CEQA guidelines for mitigation, and then to allow the developer maximum flexibility to look at their specific project and the options available for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which is why this takes the approach of pointing out opportunities that might be appropriate, but not mandating it must be exactly this, instead saying it must meet these targets.
Let me tell you why I ask, and I'm speaking to staff as well, because this might want to lead somewhere to something here. Sometimes the inspecificity here is a little bothersome to me. It was when we looked at the first Cat Canyon project. When I look at this project, it seems to fit completely, and I'll tell you why is. We're looking at both on-site mitigations, things you would do to make the machinery work better and so on and so forth. And then we're also looking at offsets of various sorts that are off-site. And sometimes we get a little cynical about what those really produce. And we have a policy in this county is we prefer the on-site. And I'm kind of an incurable optimist. I think they used to call that a Pollyanna, but now that's probably a woke bad term to use. But anyway, for me, I do believe that with the experience of running a project like this in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever the time horizon is, people that are on top of it will come up with better ideas on how to reduce the GHGs, and how they power the boilers and things like that. And so I personally would really like to see some kind of periodic review and revision of that greenhouse gas reduction program. And so staff, you might be thinking about that. Does that fit any of our conditions of approval and how that might plug in? A last question that relates to greenhouse gases, but any other significant but unavoidable impacts is, I just got back to town. I was gone the whole time, well, between the issuance of the staff report and now pretty much. And maybe I read the staff report too quickly, but I don't see anywhere in the executive summary for the EIR or the staff report a discussion of a statement of overriding considerations. We have to have one in order to approve this project because we have the significant but unavoidable impacts. But I don't even know what we think that they are. And I can say in general, we have these beautiful EIRs that are so thorough, and then we kind of get to the decision maker stage and we say, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, here's some overriding considerations, bingo. And I wish I could do a better job. So could somebody tell me where that is, the statement of overriding considerations in the documentation we have, and maybe address what they are? Because right now I'm flying blind.
Sure. Chair Cooney and Commissioner Park, sure, we can do that. On the findings, attachment A, the very first few findings are about the overriding considerations. And we do, in the staff report, we do call out, I'm looking here at it, in the issue summary, we do outline that the 6 impact areas needing the overriding considerations, so it's the greenhouse gas, air quality, and the cumulative waste plus the solid waste plus the cumulative impacts of all 3 of those areas. But
could you just list? Oh, go ahead.
No, attachment A of the findings, you will find I think that's where you'll find most of the information that you're looking for.
Okay, I'm kind of, I'm not computer savvy in the first place. I'm sort of trying to juggle these things on one screen. Could you
It's
just
page A2, finding 1.4, Commissioner Park.
could you just give
And
it?
the overriding statements, the bottom paragraph, right?
Yeah,
Mr.
I'm
Seward,
Yes.
it's
I'd have to
brief. I'm glad that you made me look at for it again,
Yeah.
Commissioner Park.
I can't talk and access that at the same time. I don't even know how I can access it by staying on the hearing. But can somebody just kind of summarize the list of what they are?
Commissioner Park, let me interrupt just to say we're going well past my goal of 10 o'clock for a break, and maybe it would be useful for you to be able to look at what has been referred to by staff, and if you have additional questions on that
That'd
or
be
other
perfect.
matters.
No,
We'll pick up
that is
with
it. So that's perfect timing for the break. I appreciate that. Chair.
Okay, let's take 10 minutes now, and we'll be back here for those of you with watches at 10:21.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to resume the hearing.
Okay, great. All right, don't see Commissioner Park, but we'll give him we can pick up with him as soon as he returns. In the meantime, I saw Will Robertson was present, and perhaps we can ask our question of him with regard to the bikeway. Mr. Robertson, are you? Yeah, there you are. Good to see you.
See you, Mr. Chair.
We were hoping that you could just outline for us the bikeway aspects of this project.
Yes, I was actually just talking with Mr. Seward. It's pretty simple. When any project comes forward through on development review, I look at the bikeway master plan to see what facilities were master planned for bike facilities. And in this case, there is a bikeway shown on the bikeway master plan in front of this project and along Betaravia. So it was just as simple as it's on the map, it gets conditioned, end of story.
And the actual physical bikeway, it's we were led to believe that there'll be pavement added to the existing roadway to make room for that bikeway, and then there'll be striping. Is that accurate to your understanding?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, so the bikeway currently exists, or it's a paved shoulder. Maybe it's not marked as a bikeway, but it behaves as one currently. With this project, there will be additional roadway widening, and then the bikeway will be formalized and placed back in as part of the project.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any of the commissioners have other questions for Mr. Robertson?
Chair Cooney, this is Mr. Sewards. If I could just also address a few other Commissioner Park's questions, or would you prefer that wait? Okay. Commissioner Park asked about if this use was allowed in the M2 zone. It is allowed in the M2 zone. The use itself would only need a land use permit. However, due to the size, if it's over 15,000 square feet, then it would need a DVP in the M2 zone. And then Ms. Lair was going to run through the statement of overriding considerations as well, if you'd like to do that right now.
I would, but I think Commissioner Park, that was the center of his question. So
Yeah.
let's just wait a minute to see if he will jump back on. Let's see, was there anything? Let's start with Commissioner Farini. Do you have questions so far, Commissioner Farini?
Thank you, Chair Cooney. I do, and I don't quite know who to direct it to. In the staff report, there's an attachment F. It's City of Santa Maria Council Agenda Report, March 10, 2018. I couldn't find what that related to. Could someone tell me what that's answering or why that's in there?
Commissioner Farini, this is Steve with Rincon. That is a memo from the Central City processing plant across the road to the north. They did have some issues with a well system that they had drilled, and they were cited by the county Environmental Health Services. And as a result, they had to seek a LAFCO annexation to obtain water service from the city of Santa Maria. So that's some background related to the water issue and potential water quality.
Okay, so it's meant to show that the Arctic project has water quality issues. I'm just trying to tie it together. I see the the report or the attachment from the city. I fully understand it, but I'm trying to tie it back to this project specifically.
Commissioner Farini, I think that's correct assessment. So, as we discussed, the quantity of water is not so much the issue; it's the quality, and the applicant has not been able to fully demonstrate that they have the water quality needed for domestic use, and they have been engaged with the city of Santa Maria because this issue was demonstrated to happen in the area. And so this is background information on that issue.
Okay. And then I wonder, Mr. Seward, thank you for that. That's you're moving me along. Where would I find that either in the staff report or the EIR? I've wandered around in both documents for a while. I did see seems like the EIR is saying that it's almost a balance in removing the 40 acres of agriculture and replacing it with this facility. There's almost a balance in water use annually, but I still can't find where it's saying this project has a potable water quality problem.
Commissioner Farini, this is Chris Bursbach from Rincon. I'll speak briefly to the EIR discussion of the water quality topic and then allow staff to elaborate if they'd like to further. The EIR discussion, there is information. I would have to check to see exactly which appendix it's in, but appendicized information related to historical information regarding potential water quality issues in the area. And the current status is the applicant is proposing to install a new well and indicating that that well would be used for potable water. The question is, would the potable water produced by the well be of acceptable quality? And excuse me, the understanding is that the well either would produce or could be engineered to produce acceptable quality of water with appropriate filtration. I believe, someone should correct me if I'm mistaken, that there's actually a test well component of that precedes drilling of the final well in order to get a preliminary indication as to that water quality. The EIR analysis of this issue is limited specifically to what the applicant is proposing to do, which is to drill the well, and makes a conclusion that with EHS approval of the well and the produced water quality, that the water quality issues would be acceptable. There wouldn't be a problem with water quality. Questions that are left open at that point is if EHS were not satisfied with the water quality. I think staff might be able to speak better, or possibly the applicant might be able to speak better when we come to that portion of this hearing about what they might pursue if that turned out not to be an option. As Mr. Seward's alluded to, the applicant has pursued a variety of potential options for water quality, but as currently proposed, what they are seeking is drilling the proposed well, getting the water quality approved by EHS, and then proceeding with their project in that fashion.
And Commissioner Farini, section 5.4.2 on page 12 of the staff report, there's an infrastructure access components section, and it says domestic water system. There's a really good summary on that page. So reading directly from the domestic and landscaping components of the project will result in an additional water demand of approximately 4.9 acre feet per year. Overall project operations are expected to be 277.5 acre feet per year.
Okay, yeah, understood on that one. Very good. Hey, Mr. Seward, while we're chatting here, over on page 39 of the staff report, it's the parking calculations. Just wanted to chat with you a second on that.
Great. Did you, just the request for the reduction?
Well, just first, before we get to the request, I'd just like to understand that the parking, these are, the table we're looking at is by the book county regulation, right? To come up with the 622.
Correct, yes.
And then the applicant will probably get to their points, which I have quite a few questions on as well. But on our staff report here, the 622 is based on similar facilities, or just kind of based, in other words, a freezer plant or a cooler, or it's based more broadly on county experience, or it's a state regulation? Could you just?
It's thank you, Commissioner Freeney. Yeah, the parking was tough to break down. It is broken down, and we're using strictly county requirements here. We're not looking at any state requirements. We did break down the space. You know, warehouse office has slightly different than the freezer area, but all of these are county standards that you're looking at.
Okay, I think it's an interesting topic that we'll dive into a little bit. I look at a lot of facilities around kind of everywhere, and you just see these huge parking lots, and maybe a third to a half of the spaces are occupied. So
we agree.
Some of that seems wasteful to me. So we'll see if we can come up with some healthy discussion on that. Thank you, Mr. Seward. Chair Cooney, I'm done. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeney. Very helpful. Let's go back to Commissioner Park. We filled in while you were away and got some reply. Mr. Seward was ready to talk about the major conditions that you were concerned about with respect to the overriding conditions. So if it's okay with you, we can start with that. Mr. Seward.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Catherine Lair is going to walk through the findings related to the overriding considerations. Thanks, Catherine.
Good morning, Commissioners. To return attachment A, page A4, section 1.8 is the beginning of statement of overriding considerations. And so, as discussed, the EIR identified a few significant and unavoidable impacts for the project. So that is in air quality, specifically operational emissions, cumulative air quality from project operational emissions, and greenhouse gas emissions, utilities and service systems for solid waste, as well as cumulative utilities and service systems based on solid waste and contribution to the landfill. Commissioner Park, did you have more specific questions on that?
Oh, my question was, okay, what are the overriding considerations that warrant approving the project regardless of these significant but unavoidable impacts? And I did follow the lead of several people and during the break look at that section 1.8, and it outlines, I think, 4 of them. They look remarkably like the project objectives, but that's okay. They're well stated and convincing. So I'll comment on all that when we get to deliberations. But this has answered my questions. But just as I thought, by looking at that, it screwed me up on Zoom, and that's why it took so long getting back on. So I apologize for that. But anyway. Thank you for looking at that. And at some point, if anyone has anything to say about my question on zoning, is there another zone where this could be that might be more suitable, or it does not require CUP and all that? I'm just curious, but we don't have to do that right now.
Mr. Seward actually did that.
Oh, he did. Okay.
At the outset, so we'll catch up with you on that. Ms. Laird, were you gonna cover that too?
Thank you, Chair Cooney. I was going to reiterate and then also to just further respond to Commissioner Park's questions regarding the overriding considerations. Based on our analysis, we determined that even with the applicable mitigation measures for air quality, GHGs, and utilities and service systems, that even with applicable mitigation measures, impacts would not be reduced to less than significant. And there's no additional mitigation measures that would be available. So we were going to implement all of the mechanisms that we thought would be feasible to get it to as little as possible. But even with these, it would still be above our thresholds.
And that's why we need the statement of overriding considerations, which you've got in there as well. I would just note if staff would be thinking about what condition relates to the greenhouse gas reduction program, and I would sure like to see some sort of periodic renewal of its review by your department, and see if we can kind of catch up to emerging innovation and technology as the years go by.
We can look into that.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
let's go to Commissioner Martinez for questions of staff. Commissioner Martinez, you're muted still. I know it's a trick.
There goes all my good mornings and stuff. So let me repeat myself. Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Chair. I was looking at the EIR report and I saw within the initial presentation that there's going to be at least some place for the wastewater from the solid wastewater that's produced from the plant itself. And I looked at the EIR and it says on-site wastewater disposal would not affect groundwater quality because the wastewater would be treated prior to infiltration. I'm not finding how is this water being treated before infiltration?
This is Chris Bursbach from Rincon speaking. It may be appropriate later on in this hearing to ask the applicant or their engineers to provide a little bit more detail than I may be able to provide about the specific wastewater treatment protocols. What I would say is that there are applicable regional and state standards that are required to be met by that type of on-site wastewater treatment. My understanding is that it primarily applies in terms of this specific project to agricultural wastewater. So, we're talking about agricultural waste products associated with the forms of processing used by the project. We're not, talking about like heavily chemically, affected wastewater. So the on-site treatment would be designed to be appropriate for that type of use, would meet the applicable regional water quality control board standards, et cetera, to treat that water to a level that is, understood to be acceptable for on-site infiltration, which is what they're proposing.
Okay.
And again, they may be able to have, their engineering team may be able to tell you a little bit more about exactly what that wastewater might look like before and after treatment if you want additional information about that.
Okay, and so in regards to the term drilling a new well, and I note that there's all the citations to old drill sites there on the property, is the proposal to drill a well through one of the old oil drill sites?
No, I believe the new well is a water well, as opposed to an oil or petroleum well. So I believe I don't know exactly where on the project site that location is. Mr. Connor, Mr. Seawards may be able to point that out perhaps on a figure. But I believe that is a new well site that's being drilled specifically for the potable water use that's anticipated.
Okay, and then I just looked through some of the documentation for the revision of the memorandum that was just sent out regarding the EHS condition letter. And condition 4, there's a proposed revision to say that in regards to the approval of issuance of the grading permits, there's no further action and or other written clearance regarding oil field features. What are other written clearance? I don't know of anything other than no further action.
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, that would likely best be a question for EHS, but I can take a shot and then follow up with them and get back to you. It sounds like just due to processing, there may be kind of some delays in timeline. So having some sort of written clearance from EHS may be available in a less formal form, just trying to work with the applicant to meet timelines. My understanding from discussions with EHS is that their hesitation to issue a no further action determination at this time is because there is proposed well abandonment, and that has not yet been completed. If that was not proposed, I believe they would be able to issue that. So we are trying to work with the applicant and the timing on the well abandonment with EHS to finalize all of that. I don't know if that is a satisfactory response.
No, I appreciate your effort there. And I say this also in particular because in listening to yesterday's County Board of Supervisors, there was a very big push regarding abandoned wells and the effects upon the environments that are out there. And I just know that it's on the radar of the public at least. In regards to the traffic situation, so the traffic situation is to reduce parking from 622 parking spaces to 532, and part of the mitigation is to provide some alternative, I guess, carpooling is what I would call it. In that instance, is there any instance of looking at where this carpooling originates? In other words, do people park somewhere else and then be picked up from there and brought onto the premises? Is that what is considered here?
Commissioner Martinez, in general, yes, as traffic demand management plans do try and get a basic idea of origin and destination trips. So I would say yes, that's what they're looking at.
Okay, but that just those pickup sites just haven't been identified yet. I didn't see anything in here about that.
That is correct. I'm not aware of that either. Yep.
Okay. And knowing the area, and I tried to take a look at the traffic study, but it just wasn't clear to me, is getting on to Betaravia, let's say work ends. I didn't see anything indicating of the congestion that might be created or not created. I mean, that's why I was looking for the answer. Of when you have a workforce like this getting on to Betaravia, there's no light. So it's all stop and go, and you have continuous traffic going east and west. What are the considerations regarding that?
I am going to punt that to our traffic specialist, Will Robertson. Maybe he can help answer that one.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Martinez, yes, the traffic study is very clear that based on county thresholds and policies, all intersections will be operating at level of service C or better with the addition of this project. Therefore, although we in reality do experience congestion at the intersection you identified, it clearly in the traffic study shows that it would not be a requirement of the project to mitigate the current congestion or any congestion created by the addition of the project. So LOSC or better is the answer. And I trust the numbers. The numbers are good. And the city of Santa Maria had no comment. I was looking to the city of Santa Maria to actually provide comment on their intersections, and we did not hear anything back from them. So I think we're confident that the city is okay with the intersection operations, and I know the county public works staff is confident.
Is this a general project? I'm not sure if it's just related to you, but is this project within any of the sphere of the city of Santa Maria?
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Martinez, I'm going to punt back to Mr. Seward on whether or not this is in the sphere of influence. My guess would be yes, but I'm not 100% sure.
Commissioner Martinez, we'll have to look that up and we'll get back to you on that.
Well, the reason I ask is because I've come across this before, is that I thought anything within the sphere of influence of the city of Santa Maria regarding coolers for the city of Santa Maria, you can't operate, if you're a new cooler, you can't operate on a new water well. You have to use state water from the city. That was my understanding. So is that implied, or does that come into play in this situation? That's why I asked the question.
Honestly, I don't have an answer for you right now on that one.
Okay.
I mean, we'll look into it and we'll circle back to you. Okay.
No. Okay.
Thanks.
And Commissioner Martinez, we also have the benefit of hearing next from the applicant, and quite often our questions will stimulate responses from them, so we may know more when that's done. Want to make sure the commissioners have had their questions answered for the time being. Commissioner Bridley, did you have a pending question?
Well, maybe only because Mr. Robertson's available for us. I actually had a question about the design of the access driveways, and I'm happy to wait until after the applicant's presentation. My curiosity is that these are fairly long and large accesses for trucks for the facility, and if I'm right, it looked like a 25-foot wide driveway access, or is it a 40-foot throat? So maybe it's something the applicant can answer. Just want to make sure that Mr. Robertson looked at that and was happy with the driveway configuration. And I guess I don't really understand how these trucks are getting in and out of the site and around with their turning radii. So maybe after the applicant. I don't know.
Any comment on the way, Mr. Robertson?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bridley, yes, we did review the access in full detail. And not only that, I also punted this to Gary Smart, the traffic engineer, and also had Bert Johnson, our other traffic engineer, look at this. And all driveways do meet the standards outlined in the engineering design standards. They are all 25 feet minimum. We have had turning radiuses shown for the trucks coming in, put on there. And then with the deceleration lanes and the shoulders, we feel that the driveway designs are acceptable to the department.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anything else, Commissioner Bridley, before we turn to the applicant? Okay.
Commissioner Cooney?
Yes.
If I may respond to Commissioner Martinez's question regarding the sphere of influence.
Okay.
This site is located outside the Santa Maria City sphere of influence.
Thank you.
That's a good answer, Ms. Lair, for present purposes. I see a question still from Commissioner Martinez. Is your hand up? Okay.
Forgot to lower it. There you go. I'm learning.
No, of course you are. So with no further ado, let's turn over the presentation to the applicants. Mr. Swank, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you. We're proud to be here, and we were sitting here chomping at the bit to answer a lot of those questions. So I'm sure we're going to be able to get everybody's questions answered. David Swank with Urban Planning Concepts. On behalf of the applicant, Arctic Cold, and our team, we are grateful for the opportunity to present our project for consideration in front of this commission. We also greatly appreciate the support the supervisors Nelson and Lavanino provided to our project and moving it so expeditiously forward. I'd also like to thank the county staff for all the help they provided and the care that they took in making this the best possible project and making this a priority project for the county. And we're also very grateful for Rincon Consultants for the excellent work they did in terms of processing it. It certainly reflects the recognition of how important that this project is to the agricultural industry here in Santa Barbara County. Go to the next slide, please. Arctic Cold Also to let you know, just because we do have a lot of questions here, I also have on the call here, I have Tim Dayton. He is the president of Arctic Cold that can answer your questions on the operational aspects of this project. Dan Powers is the president of Fisher Construction Group. We have Lori Spear of Bethel Engineering, who could be answering your questions on both the water and the wastewater systems. I know she has a lot of updating that she can give to you on where exactly we are that will, I'm sure, going to satisfy any questions that you have on those. We also have Dan Rinksmeyer of Bueno Resource Group that's available for questions in terms of the reabandonment of the oil wells that are located on the site. We also have Scott Shell from ATE as our traffic engineer, and Amy Fisher with LSA and Associates that can answer any questions on the air quality and those studies that were involved in the project. Arctic Cold is a much different facility than we're used to here in the county. We have a lot of processors in this area, but this is a cold storage facility. And what this does, and the benefit that it does for our local farmers, is that it provides opportunities for not only market accessibility, but during the non-seasonal too, which greatly expands the customer base that our local farmers can have access to. They have locations in Oxnard and Santa Maria. And what these facilities do is provide large, very local farmer support and greatly enhance their ability to get their product to market. It also exposes them and allows them access to regional, national, international markets. And Arctic Cold has many national clients that our local farmers will have access to. Next slide, please. This was showed earlier. This is actually the location of the site. As you can see, Central City Cooler, Midcoast Cooler are located in this area. There's several other ag processors that are located in the area too, in the East Santa Maria Valley. Next slide. In terms of the site plan, Rincon did a good job in terms of giving the details, but I just wanted to point out, which we're going to later on in my presentation, is the location of the Betaravia Road. I'll be discussing the frontage road in a little more detail, and also the location of the wells and the pipeline that are in currently process of being reabandoned. Next slide. Arctic Cold, as we mentioned, is approximately a 450,000 square foot facility. This is a large regional facility that's going to be located here in Santa Maria Valley. And they have over 300 employees. And combined with the processing and cold storage facility, we're looking at about $165 million in additional revenues coming to this county. When you look at research that shows agricultural production multiplier effects, the average is about 3 to 1 in terms of what these kind of facilities can bring in terms of all the other businesses that support that industry, our farmers and our workers. And so we can see a large economic benefit that's going to occur in the Santa Maria Valley, Santa Barbara County, and in our most important industry that's located in this county. And also because of in terms of our traffic study and working with not only with Public Works, but also with Caltrans, there are some significant frontage improvements that are going to be proposed for the project. Next slide, please. And this is one of the things I know Commissioner Martinez had talked about, and also Commissioner Park had talked about in terms of location of these kind of facilities. The agricultural element has very strong policies that we want to enhance and intensify our agricultural production in Santa Barbara County. It is our #1 industry in this county, and the ag element and the general plan strongly encourages not only that we intensify agriculture, but facilities like this facility, as you see in Goal 5. And it's very important to take these production facilities and put them within reasonable distance to our farmers. There's actual policies and goals in our ag element. So in answering Commissioner Parks, whether an M2 zone would be more viable and better for this kind of facility, or the ag fields do it in terms of the agriculturally zoned properties, that these are important to be near where the farmers are. This is not only does it lessens the amount of mileage that they have to travel to bring their products to market, but also provides the ability to be able to get their product to market a lot quicker. Next slide, please. We haven't shown any real, I'm not sure how many commissioners got to go out and see on the site, but the site located here, this has been an agricultural fields for 40, 50 years. It's been in contiguous operation. This is showing the location. It's a very flat land, perfectly suited for the operation, right in the middle of our agricultural industry. Next slide. This is located close. It is currently a fallow field. The landowner on the site had stopped, actually in preparation for this project, had stopped putting the crop there. So there's just a cover crop for erosion control located on the site. What you can see in the background on the northwest, that's Central City Cooling, located on the site. Next slide. Okay, this is located along the Betaravia frontage road. Good visibility along the site, excellent site distance along there. Looking south, you can see Midcoast Cooling in the distance. Next slide. Again, this is along the Betaravia road improvements. I'm going to go into a second about exactly what we're going to be doing along the road, but it maintains excellent site distance on the site. You can see Central City Cooling located on the right side of the looking west photo. Next slide. And these are some of the renderings showing the building. A lot of work was done by Fisher Construction Group in terms of the elevations. The AR did a lot of analysis on the aesthetics of this site and what it would look like from the public view sheds. So it's going to be a very modern, this is a state-of-the-art facility, and it's going to be a welcome addition to the site. Next slide, please. Okay, if you look closely at these site sections of the Betaravia Road, what you see in darker gray, this is going to be the road improvements as we widen Betaravia Road. We are adding right turn decel lines into the site. We're adding an additional 12 foot of right-of-way to widen Betaravia Road, also to accommodate the left turn lanes located in here. We are putting a left turn coming out of this site to accommodate the traffic so that we can be more in coordination with our neighbors and to facilitate the flow. This was done, a lot of this design was done directly in conjunction with Public Works. Will Robertson and his staff had worked closely with our traffic engineer, ATE, to be able to design this. Next slide, please. One of the things we've talked about is the oil well abandonment. There are 3 abandoned wells in proximity to where the structure. The entire property maintains, I believe, about 12 wells. If anybody knows anything about the East Santa Maria Valley, we have a lot of abandoned oil wells that are located on these sites. These were abandoned, and we have proposed to re-abandon the wells, working with the county staff, petroleum division, working with CalGEM. We have maintained more than excess of the requirements that CalGEM has in terms of setbacks on these wells. The wells are to be located well away from the building. CalGEM requires unimpeded access if they ever have to access the well. We have 2 to 3 unabated access points located onto these, and also the building is at least 50 foot away from the other side. So we have maintained large setbacks on this site to be able to do these. We have Dan Rinksmeyer that can talk to you more in detail about what we're doing in terms of re-abandoning these wells, but we are in the process. The engineering design has already been done, and during grading operations is when we had planned on getting the re-abandonment completed. They will be up before the building goes up. They'll be complete. Next slide, please. This one's a little superfluous, but I did want to call out one issue because Commissioner Martinez had brought it up. You have in front of you an amended condition letter from Environmental Health. The reason for that is we do have a tight deadline to be able to construct this building. As anybody that is involved in the agricultural industry knows that everything runs by the harvest rotations and the contracts to make those harvest rotations. So we are under pressure to get the building built to maintain the contractual agreements that we have on the project. So working with the county, the way that the original conditions were put is that it was prior to issuance of grading permits, prior to issuance of zoning clearances. EHS has no concerns in terms of whether we can grade before that the abandonment can occur, because that doesn't impact any abandonment operations. Really, the issue is in terms of the building going up. So they were agreeable on changing the conditions which you have before you. This is a little bit outdated because I had to get the presentation to the county, but the agreeable language, and we are agreeable to the language that environmental health had provided, that not only that would be prior to the building permit, or if they provide written confirmation to planning and development that they're fine for us issuing a grading permit, which they are, that we can commence grading, so that we would have to have the work completed prior to the erection of the combustible materials to the building permit. And then lastly, in terms of environmental health condition 1, they've agreed to change prior to zoning issuance of zoning clearance for structural development, that our technical report has to be approved by the State Water Board. That is in front of them for final approval now. Lori Spear can give you an update on that. But the only reason for changing this is that they would allow for our zoning clearance for grading and our grading permit to continue, but we would have to have the technical report approved prior to the issuance of the building permit. So that's the reason you received that memo from EHS. EHS and Planning and Development do not have issue us moving forward with grading, but we would have to have all those permits in hand prior to we start building the building. Next slide, please. Now, in summary, as staff had mentioned, that we do comply with all applicable policies and development standards, and we are consistent with the general plan. We are fully mitigated through the EIR. We worked with a lot of federal and state agencies that have reviewed this project, and you do have a staff recommendation of approval, and we would ask for a request for approval. I have here in my conference room here, I have Mr. Tim Dayton, and I do have Lori Spear, because I know there was questions in terms of the water and the wastewater, because she does have a lot of updating that she can have that I think would satisfy your commission. Any questions? We are available, and that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for an efficient and complete presentation. It may stimulate some additional questions from the commissioners. I see Commissioner Freeney.
Thank you, Chair Kinney. Mr. Swank, so you mentioned that you had Mr. Ringsmeyer available to go over the well abandonment. So I'm going to want to have a few words with him, and then also I'd like to discuss with you your slide 12 in the Betaravia Road improvement, specifically the one on the bottom, and that's the turn in to the facility, it looks like to me. And you're going to have to teach me how to read your numbers here. If we go down to the turn in, how wide is that?
Actually, I'm getting my civil engineer who did the design. We are giving, I can't read it, it's kind of fuzzy. He's the one that actually designed it. We are providing an extra 12 foot of right of way, so it's at least 12 foot or up to 12 foot. It's on there. He can give you the exact number when he gets here into the conference room.
That's your right of way along Betaravia, the turn in. Right. I'm looking for, I see these big trucks all the time and they all struggle. Right. And I know our county roads, everything's built to code, but traffic has to back up to let a truck swing out that swing. And I'm just very concerned on any project coming forward, and this one is at hand, is that there is adequate room for those trucks to swing in. And I don't think current code works for this. This is going to be a heavy truck use. So I'd really like to hear the real numbers.
Okay, he's grabbing his plan because we can't read it on the screen.
Yeah, so well, that's the problem. So shame on you for giving us something you can't even read.
If you want to get into, if you want to get Dan in on your oil question.
That's fine.
Not to interrupt Commissioner Farini or the chair, but I want to make a disclosure. I didn't see Dan Rinksmeyer's name within this documentation. I saw OEC, but I'd make a disclosure that Dan Rinksmeyer is a client of mine, and I've used him as an expert in matters, and I've consulted with him on oil matters. So I wanted to make that disclosure.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez.
Commissioner Farini, I also might have a better, I pulled up our site plan set. If you
great.
could share the screen, let me know if this is a little more clear to you.
And both driveways are 40-foot wide with a 45-foot radius coming in.
Say that again, please.
Both driveways are 40 feet wide with 45-foot radiuses coming in.
So the total opening, you see where the radiuses are, and there's kind of a dotted line with the T line on it. What's that total? Is that 90 feet then, if your radiuses are 40 plus, or what is that?
40, 80, 120, 125 foot from curb return to curb return.
Okay. So you got 125 at the opening along Betaravia, and then it chokes down ultimately to
40 foot.
what, 28 feet, 29 feet for your 2-lane road.
40 foot.
40 foot. Okay. And is that standard?
So it's much wider than standard, but it was what we, for the truck turns, it's what we established as the necessary for backing. I think it was like a double lane that they wanted, possibility of trucks coming in and having a dual entrance.
Okay, understood.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Robertson?
Yes, Commissioner Farini. So just for a little clarification here, yes, the driveway is 40 feet. When we review the driveway, so a commercial driveway in the county of Santa Barbara has to be a minimum of 25 feet. The gentleman had just stated that this is well in excess of standard, and that is correct. This is a driveway that supports generally 3 lanes. We would normally see this in a shopping center, striped for an inbound lane, a left turn lane out, and a right turn lane. And there's no reason why that can't happen. But in one of my manuals that I use for plan checking driveways, depending on the anticipated traffic that's coming in and out of that driveway, I'll just double check in the charts in the book. And right here it says for 2-way simultaneous entry of an SU vehicle, so that would be 2 UPS trucks, one coming in and one waiting to go out. A driveway width needs to be a minimum of 30 feet with a 30-foot radius, which we are in excess of that. So considering that these trucks are a lot larger, I think we're confident that this driveway can handle simultaneous entry of a large semi truck. One outbound and one inbound. I think this driveway will operate fine. There's other things we could get into that I'm not going to bore you with. Effective radius versus the actual radius, because there's a bike lane and a shoulder. The radius coming into this is actually wider than the radius shown on the plans. So I think they said they were showing a 30-foot radius, but the radius is actually quite a bit larger just because there's that extra room. So I think staff, that was one thing we didn't want trucks backing up. We have a right turn deceleration lane that kind of mitigates some of the effects of backing into the eastbound traffic. The bike lane helps, the shoulder helps, everything here just supports the large vehicles. And I think we're pretty confident that we won't see an issue out here.
That's good enough for me, Mr. Robertson, if you have confidence. Here again, we have a drawing that can't read the numbers. It's So we go to the verbal communication line. You did a great job. Thank you.
Yeah, I give them credit. They actually worked with us to make sure we had a set of plans that we weren't asking to widen the driveway during the plan check process. We just took care of it up front. The applicant did a great job, and we don't anticipate problems.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Freeney, did you want to ask your well abandonment question?
Yeah, I was waiting for the applicant to. Are you ready, Mr. Ringsmeyer?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Good morning. So this seems to be a little bit of a point here, sticking point on this project. Can you help me a little bit? How entailed is this well and bad abandonment, and how much time does it take, and how much space do you need? There's a distancing requirements, and what's going on here?
Well, Commissioner Freeney, the well abandonment for these 3 wells, the field work will take about 10 days to 2 weeks per well. The well transfer process and permit process is it's the longest item, and it takes about 60 to maybe 90 days to get all that in place. Permits are required from CalGEM, which used to be called DOG, Division of Oil and Gas, and the County of Santa Barbara Petroleum Department. That's the 2 groups who oversee that work and permit it. We will submit a work plan with each of those wells, and then they will comment and probably modify. Generally speaking, it will involve going in the well all the way to bottom, clean out all the old mud, the old plugs that are in those wells, reset new plugs in the production zones, and then set a plug on top of the production zone. There's a new plug that will be set across the base of fresh water, and then a new surface plug. And then the well will be cut off such that it's at least 5 feet, no more than 10 feet below the new grade for the facility. The requirements to do that, the division, the CalGEM requires sufficient room. They don't have a set template, but typically that template, which has been used in the past, it's about 25 feet on one side, 75 feet on the other, 50 on the other, and then they say open or 200 feet on the 4th side. And that's basically to accommodate the trucks that'll be coming in there. You have a truck that'll be bringing drill pipe. You'll have a vacuum truck that'll service and take away the fluids that are being generated by the well abandonment. There's solids that come off of the well that's down in the well from the shaker screen that separates the fluids from the solids. Those will be picked up in a bin and taken away. And then during the cementing process, you'll have a cement truck that'll be there on site. So you basically have to have a template to support that traffic of the support equipment. The actual rig itself it has a relatively small footprint.
Okay, so to boil that down, it's 10 to 15 days of work, but 60 to 90 days of paperwork, waiting to get the permits and getting it ready to do the work.
That is correct. At least that's what it has been, Commissioner Freeney, and I suspect it'll be the same for this. We have to transfer ownership of the well from Chevron to the current property owner, and then we submit the various permit forms that we have to submit to CalGEM. There is one permit that we get from County Petroleum, which doesn't take very long, typically, but the long lead item is the CalGEM permit process.
Thank you, Mr. Ringsmeyer. And I've heard the name a lot, so I know you've been in the business a while. Could you tell me how long you've been in this type of business?
I've been in this business since 1987.
Okay. And in that time, you've done other well abandonments?
Yeah, quite a few well abandonments in the Santa Maria and Santa Barbara County area, some down in the Los Angeles area.
And how many times have you been denied the ability to do a well cleanup? Does that happen? Is there reasons that they're going to tell you, no, you can't clean this well up?
I have never had one where we were not allowed. Typically, you can run into a situation where, say in Los Angeles and even here, where you have, the area has built up around the well, and they may require special requirements, like you have to put a sound barrier around that well, which is basically about a 20, 30-foot high wall that kind of mitigate the sound. They may require you to limit your hours of actually being able to work on site, so you don't disrupt the surrounding community. But I've never been not been able to abandon a well. Usually you just have to go through a few more hoops with controlling requirements that the permit has.
Okay, very helpful for me. Thank you. Chair Cooney, that's all I had on my list. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Commissioner Park.
Yeah, just a quick question for Mr. Swank. You had a slide that mentioned the, what was it? It was non-seasonal market access, I think was the phrase. And it's one of those phrases that I think I can probably guess what it means, but I'm not really sure. And if this helps me with the whole statement of overriding considerations things, that's the relevance of this question is, what does that mean? And then what does this project provide that we don't already have in the Santa Maria Valley? That should be an easy question for you.
Cooney and Commissioner Park. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce Mr. Tim Dayton. What he can do is explain to you what their company does in the market accessibility for local farmers, and what this in whole terms of, because it is a cold storage facility, they can meter out product over the whole year. So he can explain to you how exactly they work.
Yeah, I mean, the easier explanation is actually we're frozen storage. So our products are kept below zero. So what that allows us to do, if you kind of think of it as the same kind of terms as like a grain storage, we, in the seasonal, when we're receiving the fruit and other commodities, we can store them for anywhere 6 months to a year and a half because they're in that frozen environment. It stops the decay process of it. So as we could get a lot of our commodities in a 1 to 2 to 3 month process, we could slowly distribute that out throughout the year as needed, as we're feeding different areas of the country, and other to be reprocessed into other stuff. But it's not like a fruit cooler. They normally hold the fruit for 24 hours, where we can basically ration this out as it's needed to different areas of the country throughout the year.
So how big an increase over what we already have, if we already have something like this in the Santa Maria Valley, is this? I mean, is this a whole new thing, or 2% increase, or something in between? What, have a feeling for that?
In the Santa Maria Valley, there's 2 other cold storages in the area. One's just used for, it's a processor operated facility called Sure Fresh Produce. And the other facility is actually our other facility that's in the Santa Maria Valley. So combined on square footages on those 2 facilities, it's probably about 500,000 square feet, I would guess, between those 2 facilities. So it's increased quite a bit, about 100% increase.
Thank you.
And one last comment on that is a big part of this is mitigating where most of this fruit that we were that is being done in this area is being either trucked to the Oxnard area or the Salinas area, pulled out of this valley. So, I mean, it's a big thing that the emissions that, will be cut down, bring it to a facility stored here, and then, later down the road, it'll be shipped out, but it won't be shipping out of the valley. It'll be staying here in the valley.
Very good. Mr. Swank, I have a question. I'm not sure who should answer it, but the concern I have is water use. That's a big issue in Santa Barbara County at this point, and there's no reason to believe it's going to get better. This project is relying on an internal supply of water. So can I just get a few minutes of a presentation on how that's going to be successful in providing water for the processing. I'm not talking about domestic water now, but water for the function of the freezing and an application of that.
Commissioner Cooney, it's a very good question. Before I turn this over to Lori Spear, who is our water engineer, I would say one of the advantages of a project like this, especially being a cold storage freezer facility, it does use much less water than a traditional ag processor. When the analysis was done on it, currently it's row crop agriculture on the site that has currently been using water historically for the last 40, 50, 60 years. The analysis shows that the water use we have would actually wind up being less than what was being proposed now. But in terms of the whole system, how it works, I'm going to turn it over to Lori Spear, and she'd explain to you how utility water. Plus, I think she can also, there's a lot of questions about the suitability of the water. She can answer those too as well. So I'll turn it over to Lori.
So for both the domestic water and the processing water, we have an existing well that was drilled already. We've done preliminary pump test on that, as well as water quality on that. So the design is based on that information now. The processed water quantities are based on the existing facility. So those are, our ballpark figures that we're using for that, those estimates. Sorry, I'm at a loss. The processed water, so what we're doing is pumping it out of the existing well. We're proposing if we need a secondary well, that will be built at a later time as well, excuse me. And then if the water quality that we're estimating right now, we need to treat that. And so we're working through the process of treating that, as well as what the result of the treatment would be, how much quantity that we'll have to do to the waste, because I know that came up as well earlier. So that's the process we're going through right now. It's still under design. We're working with EHS on both wastewater and the processed water and the drinking water as well. So all those are under design right now.
Yeah, the Arctic Cold has a wastewater engineering company that is doing this. Because this is industrial wastewater, it is regulated by the state. So the State Water Resources Board, the permitting process is through them. And they're in the middle of plan check process, right now. They are required to treat. It'll be a tertiary treatment that'll occur before it's deposited into the wastewater pond, which will allow then for filtration back down into the groundwater basin. That's considered a best management practice, by the state. So those permits are already, the design engineering is already in. When Lori was mentioning that it's being in design, because we are getting plan check comments from the state. So that is, modifying their plans as they go. But that is a full permitted facility, and that is required, to be completed in order for this, project to be constructed. So we are in advanced stages. Because of the timing issue of this project, the county has been really gracious in trying to expedite getting this project moved forward. So we have been involved in the plan check process for quite a while in terms of this project, building, grading. We know we do this at our own risk, the wastewater systems. So we do have a lot of the information. We do have the well has been drilled. We have the water quality test. We know exactly what the tertiary treatment requirements are. That well was permitted by environmental health already. So we are working with them in terms of the water system. The domestic water system is actually a state permit, a non-transient, non-community water system permit. That has already been reviewed and has been conceptually approved by environmental health. What they have to do to get that permit is send it to the state water board for approval, and that's in for final approval right now with the state too. So we're quite well along with the project.
Yeah, and the only outstanding item with the domestic is the water treatment, which we're working on with the waste discharge for whatever treatment that we're proposing.
So the way that the matter is being presented to the Planning Commission, it appears there's a contingency built in that if there's a failure to meet standards at any point with this internal system, then you have to show evidence of a water source from a public water purveyor. Is that essentially correct?
Chairman Cooney. So what we are required prior to the building permits that we have to have that final permit from the State Water Resources Board. So everything has to be where we have pretty strong triggers in terms of that. I would point out, and this comes back, if you don't mind, to Commissioner Farini's question about the letter from the city of Santa Maria. Originally, when we looked at this project, we had approached the city of Santa Maria to see if we could get domestic water from them. There's currently domestic water with Central City across the street. That was in reference to the letter. When Central City was going through, they could not meet the water quality standards. So they had to go through, because of an enforcement action by the regional board, they had to go through a LAFCO proceeding to get city water on the site. So they have a transmission line to them, even though they're out. That reason they had to go to the LAFCO is because they were outside of the city sphere. So when we approached them, we found that we could not utilize that line because we would have to come to an 8-inch trunk line that we would have to extend from the city all the way to our site. In talking with the city, their planning director and their public works director and LAFCO, that LAFCO would probably not support that because that's the extending of public utilities into a rural area. And also we would have to look at our water quality to see if it differs, from their water quality. We have found through the well that we have drilled in the water quality that even though we would have to treat, we could treat to the standards. So we have a little bit of different water situation to do here. So that's why you're seeing this water well being done location here for our domestic water.
But it does seem, Mr. Swink, that there is a basic need for this system to work. And the contingency of hooking up to I'll wait for Commissioner Parks' phone. Thank you, Commissioner Park. It does seem that a lot of stock is being placed in the ability to have an approvable system here. And in our staff memorandum dated March 8th, it is indicated that basically we're approving a system that is not currently fully operational. So it has this contingent aspect. And I just want to be corrected if there's anything in here that provides the county a guarantee that you will have a successful operation without the need to hook up to a public water system.
Chair Cooney, technically, that is correct. One thing we do though is in order to approve a project, we do meet the LUNP4 requirement that we show the water is feasible on the site. We know we have to have an engineered system. All the indications from all the testing that we've done is that we're within parameters, that it will meet all the standards. Those plans all have been submitted to the various agencies that are in plan check. They've given their comments on them. There's nobody indicating that we have a system that cannot be permitted. It's just we have to complete the process. Normally that process happens after a project's approved regardless. We were just given the opportunity by the county to help facilitate moving this project to get it up and going, to start the plan check process beforehand. But our well, we have an approved well, an issued well that's existed that does meet the pump standards, and we're within the realms of the water quality that we meet the water quality standards to as well. It's just that we would have to have treatment of that water, like most everywhere in the Santa Maria Valley has to do that, because the whole Santa Maria Valley has nitrate issues. But that's a treatable issue. So we're very confident, and there are very strong triggers that we can't construct this building until we have all those permits, like with every other project that occurs in the county, that those are tied to the building permits, be an issue. But we have to have water available before we start erecting combustible materials because the fire department requires that. So we understand that, and we are very close to getting those permits approved now. We really actually expect them near any time.
Okay, well, if I understand, your request is to modify some of staff's recommendation with regard to when permits would be issued. So you'd like to be able to go forward as soon as possible with these various aspects of construction planning, the ability to get some of the things done faster than what staff's recommending. Can you just tell us what your specific requests are?
Chair Cooney, what we're asking for, and environmental health and planning have both expressed that they're favorable to it, is we're trying to separate the grading from the structural. So what we're asking for is that the process and complete our grading permit to allow us to start the rough grading while these are catching up, because the amount of time that we allow our grading, we'll have those permits, and it shouldn't hold up the building permit. But because the schedules are too tight with the 2023 harvest, if we have to wait all the way through the process before we're allowed to grade, but we're in danger of not making that harvest. So all we're asking for is to allow, and we're bonded for, at our own risk to commence the rough grading when that grading permit is issued. And again, by that time that we're working through that, we're confident we're going to have all the other permits. So that won't even hold up the building permit. But the building permit would have to be held up until we have those permits in hand and the requirements that are in the conditions. And that's why you see that slight little timing change. It was just to clear up grading, to clear our grading.
Okay,
Chair,
thank you
Chair
for that.
Cooney?
Yes.
If I may provide some additional clarification here, staff provided a memo to the commissioners yesterday. That memo was specifically regarding environmental health services condition letter, and that was to change 2 of the 3 conditions that Mr. Swank provided on his slides. At this time, we have not recommended or proposed a change to one of those 3 conditions. That condition is condition 16 in attachment 1B, or can be found on page B1-18. Mr. Swank's condition is to change the timing, so the condition would read prior to issuance of building permits instead of prior to issuance of grading permits. And this discussion was had kind of this morning right before the hearing, and planning and development is amenable to this change. But to be clear, we feel very strongly that all of the wells must be abandoned to code per CalGEM requirements, approval, etc., prior to any construction. So should the Planning Commission want us to change that condition, we are open to that.
The condition with regard to this one request, you're willing to do that too as of today?
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks. I saw the conflict there, and I appreciate you straightening that up. Okay.
Chair Cooney, if I could also just weigh in, I'm sorry, one quick second. I think I wanted to speak toward what I feel like you were getting at, and the department is very comfortable that if this project is ultimately not able to get water, it will not move forward. It is conditioned as such that, and the applicant have been told this as well. So we do feel comfortable that it's conditioned pretty strongly to require water, or the project will not happen.
Require water permitted by all the applicable authorities.
Correct. And if they can't do that, they have to get Santa Maria water. If they can't do that, they're not going to get their permits to construct the building.
Okay, and they at their own risk could go forward with grading as far as your staff feels today.
That is correct. Yep.
Okay. We have a couple of additional commissioner questions. Commissioner Freeney. Commissioner Freeney, I'm sorry, you're muted.
Okay, good. Thank you, Chair Cooney. Back to Mr. Swank's table. I think the guy sitting across from you, I didn't get his name, but he's part of the facility applicant, the guy that's going to use it.
Correct. Tim Dayton.
What's your name again?
Tim Dayton, Dayton, Ohio.
Okay, thanks. We were talking about, say, efficiencies and uses, and you talked about your estimation of square footages of existing facilities in town and then your new facility. And in those uses, you had alluded to, we're trucking all of this stuff out of town. So I asked my staff to look up real quick what we did last year and just kind of to give my fellow commissioners an idea. We grow strawberries, but we're mainly a fresh grower. Okay, so most of ours goes in trays that are refrigerated and then end up in your store. And then versus I think what this facility is proposed to be is juice and purees and frozen product, which we get out of usually the bag out of the freezer part of the store. So it's a de minimis amount that we do. However, I was kind of shocked. It's 2.7 million pounds a year. Of the 2.7 million pounds, 800,000 pounds of ours stayed in Santa Maria. 1 million pounds went out of state, and 900,000 pounds went to Oxnard. So just from what I see, just our little deal, 1.9 million pounds could stay in town. Not saying it would, but that could be kind of a good lowering of carbon emissions, right? Trucks on the road and all of that. Now I'm looking for the efficiency part, and that is if a pound of fruit comes into your facilities, what's your recovery for pounds out? So what's the loss?
John.
Yeah.
Actually, John Larson's on the call. I'm going to pass that to him. He's from Titan Frozen Fruit. He could probably give you a little bit better answer on that one.
Hi, I'm John Larson, the president of Titan. Our typical recovery is 92 to 94%, depending on the year and the quality of the fruit coming in.
Okay, so we're saving 10% of waste going over the road, right?
Correct.
So for me, that just my deal, that would be 5 18-wheelers a year.
If I could elaborate just for a second,
mm-hmm.
Of the total in California total, there's approximately 2.4 billion pounds of strawberries grown. 80% goes fresh, 20% goes to processing, which is what we do. Of that 20% that goes processing, on a typical given year, 60% comes out of the Santa Maria area of the processing fruit. And that includes the whole state of California. 60% comes from Santa Maria. Right now, in addition to Titan, there's another small processor, SureFresh. They're big in vegetables, but fairly small in strawberries. We're the only two processors in the area. And so, and we're totally at capacity currently in our Santa Maria facility. So by this increased facility, again, to your point, there's a lot of fruit that's currently being trucked out of the area to Oxnard and Santa Maria for processing and then being distributed after that. Our intent is to be able to capture a lot more of that local Santa Maria fruit, which is good for our business and it's good for the environment because it's just a lot less trucking to Santa Maria and Watsonville, Salinas, where most of the processors are.
Perfect. That's really what I was looking for. I appreciate your point of view, Mr. Larson. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Cooney.
Thank you, Commissioner Farini. Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, how long has this project been? I mean, we're talking about a timeline of harvesting of 2023. When did this project start to be initiated?
It's been approximately 2 years, Commissioner.
Okay. And in regards to I hear this thing about the existing well, that there's been some water coming from it that you guys have been testing for the quality. So you have an idea that there's going to be some form of treatment of the water coming from the ground, from the water well, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so what kind of treatment is that? Are you looking at? Is this something that you're going to have to provide a treatment plant for, like for independent water companies that they do?
It's the water treatment design that we have will have to be run by somebody just because of the number of employees, the processing and the domestic water. So we've looked into, they can either have somebody on site that runs it, or they can hire out. Most businesses like this, they'll hire out, have someone come in and check on the water. But the system design we've already done, it's like a prefabricated skid type thing that would get delivered and placed on site, and then the manufacturer would teach them how to run it and operate it.
Okay. And so it would be, the treatment would be on site, is what you're saying, correct?
Correct.
Is this like a chlorine treatment, a gas chlorine treatment, or pellets?
It's like, there's a couple of different things that are going on for the treatment because the processed water is treated differently than the domestic water. But it's like ozone type of situation that would be treated right on site. It's so the space and stuff's all on site. The process would be done on all on site, and it'd be somebody would run the system on the site. There's no off-site anything.
Okay. Is there any particular reason as why this location is your premium location?
It would be just for the access to the agricultural areas that we're servicing.
Okay. And so you already have one existing plant, and that's in Santa Maria, but are you going to keep that plant open and move everything over here, or close that plant?
No, we're going to use both facilities.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions of the applicant or staff? Commissioner Freeney, we'll go back to staff next to see if there are any final comments they have before deliberation. Is that consistent with your approval?
Yes, the only thing I was curious, I didn't see anything from the public for or against this project. I was wondering if we did have anybody that was going to speak on this today from the public.
I'll take that one, Mr. Chair. To respond to the first part of Commissioner Farini's question, we did receive a comment letter right as the hearing was starting. I did forward that on. It is over a page in length, so the commission would have to decide whether or not they wanted to include that into the record. So we do have two speakers that we do need to go to eventually, but I would appreciate some discussion about whether or not to include the letter into the record prior to going to public comment, because the person who had submitted the comment letter is actually one of the people who wants to speak today.
Yes, well, we can certainly discuss it, but the speaker would have the opportunity to say whatever he wants within the time allotted, and but it may or may not be in the light of the document being accepted for submission. So it's an exception to the policy that letters longer than a letter would not be viewed by the commission at the time of the hearing. David, for clarity, the name of the letter writer is what?
So the letter it's from Rachel Rayner of RRM Design, and that letter was received at 8:59 a.m. and I forwarded it on to the commission a few minutes later this morning.
Okay, so we would need not just a majority, but the entire commission, 4/5 of the commission, to approve admitting the letter and referring to it in our deliberations.
That is correct.
Commissioner Freeney, how do you feel?
I don't think it's fair to ask us to look at a letter at 9 o'clock in the morning on the day of the hearing. There's been plenty of time. This should have gone in. It should have at least gone in Monday. Then there'd be almost a little bit of room to discuss it. But I would not be providing my vote to let it into the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeney. Is there any member of the commission that would like to vote on this matter? I don't see any. So, Mr. Villalobos, we won't be admitting that letter, but the member of the public would certainly have the opportunity when we turn to public comment to make 3 minutes worth of points. And we should do that now, and then we'll go to staff, and then we'll go to deliberations. So, David, why don't you call the first public speaker?
All right, our first public speaker will be Eric Justison, to be followed by Rachel Rayner.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, pleasure to be with you. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm Eric Justison with RRM Design Group, representing Jim Rice, 1701 Betaravia, Central. Number of pieces of testimony in writing and speaking over the last a year or so, and really focused on traffic and circulation access to this facility. We do appreciate the efforts of the applicant and of staff, and not only in our meetings before, but today, to clarify some of the inputs and the design considerations. Our goal here is not to stop the project. Quite honestly, think it's a pretty good project, good for the area. Agree with a lot of things that were said today. But as in all projects, you have what we call estimations, assumptions, and projections of how a project is going to operate. This has to do particularly with the number of vehicles and trucks, field trucks, long haul trucks, etc., accessing the project. It's a very large project. It's 449,000 square feet of processing. Our client across the street is concerned about the safety on Betaravia Road and the congestion that may disrupt not only his operation, but others. So our request is really simple. It's sort of a trust but verify request. And that is to put in 2 more conditions. One condition would monitor the operations at the Rosemary-Betaravia intersection for some period of time to determine if it's operating within warrants or if it may need at some point some additional traffic control. It has no control on Betaravia, only has stop signs on either side of Betaravia or Rosemary. So the traffic runs through there at high speeds. And when you have big trucks turning onto a high-speed road, you can have problems. So we request that you put in one condition that monitors that over a period of time once this facility is up and operating. Condition number 2 we are requesting is to monitor the trip generation counts to and from the project itself on these two driveways. The number of cars or trucks accessing this are kind of a little bit all over the map. It's very difficult to understand in what part of the year you're going to have a number of trips, but there are a lot of trips, hundreds of trips and hundreds of truck trips in and out of here. So what we're requesting is that you monitor, put a strip counter down or something to monitor the trips in and out so that if it exceeds what your projections are, you have some ability to go in and potentially mitigate or evaluate whether or not this is a safe condition along Betaravia. So like I said, we have no gripe with the project. It's probably a really good facility for this area, but from the very get-go, we have been worried about the size of the facility and the congestion and safety along Betaravia so that all neighbors can operate their facilities in a safe, controlled manner and continue to have economic success and safe conditions along this roadway. So
I think we have it, Mr. Justin. You've used a bit more time than allotted, but you've been clear. Thank you.
Good. The only thing I would say is the letter we put into the record is our recommended, or at least some draft language that we really want staff to take a look at. It wasn't really for the commission itself. So that's what we submitted earlier this morning.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Rachel Rayner.
Can you hear me okay? This is Rachel.
We hear you fine, Ms.
Great.
Rayner.
Thank you. Chair Cooney and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the proposed project reviewed this morning. I don't want to duplicate too much of Eric, Justice, and my colleagues' comments, so I'll keep it brief. Just wanted to read into the record the conditions that we submitted for reference, and so I will do that now. So first condition that Eric mentioned regarding Rosemary Road intersection monitoring, our proposed language is the owner applicant shall evaluate intersection operations of the Betaravia Road and Rosemary Road intersection on a yearly basis for 4 years after certificate of occupancy or project build out, whichever occurs last. And this will just ensure that the project, the proposed project is consistent with the environmental analysis prepared on the project and to ensure the reality is consistent. And that there will not be any traffic control warrant necessary at that intersection. The second condition regarding the trip generation monitoring, we have the following language proposed, which includes the owner applicant shall provide records of trips generated by the proposed project on a yearly basis for 4 years after C of O or project build out, whichever occurs last. And the monitoring required would be the owner applicant shall demonstrate to planning and development compliance monitoring staff that all required annual trip generation traffic counts have been submitted for a duration of 4 years following certificate of occupancy or project build out. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment on the proposed project, and we look forward to working with staff on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rayner. Any further public comments, Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, no, Ms. Rayner was our last speaker on this item.
Okay, so we're going to go right back to staff and ask Mr. Seward if there are any additional comments staff wishes to make at this point, perhaps commenting on the proposed conditions.
Thank you, Chair Cooney and Commissioners. Two brief things, just to reiterate, since Commissioner Park was not on the call. This project can be in the is permitted in the M2 zone. The use would only need an LUP, but the size of the building would require a DVP in the M2 zone. Regarding the conditions, I've briefly spoken with Will Robertson. These came in very last minute. They haven't been reviewed. We're not sure that we actually don't think that they're required as part of this project. It's been thoroughly reviewed to meet all safety standards. And I can see if Will Robinson is still on and he wants to weigh in, but It is our recommendation to not add these conditions at this time. It's not fleshed out as to who's monitoring, what's expected of the monitoring. None of that has been looked at, and so that is our recommendation at this time.
Mr. Stewart, I assume that your recommendation to the commission would be if the commission feels either or both of those conditions might be appropriate, that we would need to delay our deliberation today and give staff the opportunity to come back with a formal recommendation.
I think that would be correct, and I think Will Robertson, is Will still on, David? Yeah, and he might be able to speak more eloquently to the specific need for these types of traffic conditions. But again, just based on our conversation this morning, he did not see that there was a need on this project to do this.
Is Mr. Robertson with us? I see his name. Good.
Mr. Chair, yes, I am here.
So what do you think about the recommendations?
So as far as the intersection monitoring, I think it just goes to Nexus. I'm scanning through the traffic study here. Existing plus project and cumulative. Rosemary, the worst level of service under the cumulative scenario is a level of service B. So unless this project were really off the mark as far as the trip generation, I don't see the numbers for the cumulative or the existing plus project changing. With that said, that goes to the second condition. They were talking about the trip generation monitoring. And I think that was covered in the early stages of this project where Public Works staff was not really on board with the trip generation that the applicant had provided. Just as far as trip generation, I am not a fan of any project that comes in and proposes a trip generation based on employee schedules. There's multiple problems with that, but the employee schedules can alter at any time after the project approval, and that may or may not be caught by the department later. So when those trips are actually happening can actually vary greatly. So I said, that's fine if you want to show the trip generation with the employee schedules. And if you go through the traffic study, you'll see this. There's trip generation based on the employee schedules. And then Public Works staff came back and said, we don't normally do it that way. And Commissioner Bridley would understand this probably the most, that we only do it on the Institute of Traffic Engineer rates. We found the appropriate land use category for that, came back, had them recalculate the trip generation. And surprisingly, ATE did a really good job with this. It came back and showed roughly the same trip generation based on the national methodology on how any traffic engineer basically in the US would do it versus the approach that they first took that was based on the project schedule for shifts. So where does that leave me? The condition for trip generation monitoring. It just makes me think that if we have two different methodologies that came up with the same answer, do we really need to go out and verify in the field that the project is generating roughly the same as the EIR? I mean, it's the discretion of the PC on whether you would like to do that, but I think it opens a can of worms. It's like, okay, well, what happens if we have a different trip generation? Do they have to redo the EIR? Are they going to pay a fee? How much is it over? I really don't know. I don't think we've fleshed out the answers to that, but just my gut is telling me if we've had two different methodologies that give us roughly the same answer, and we don't do this on any, I can't think of any other cooling facility that we have gone back and asked for future monitoring or future trip generation validation. Why would we do it on this one? Right. I think I'm confident in the numbers. I think if we ask Scott Shell to give his opinion on it, he's probably going to say the same thing, although I don't want to speak for him. I just don't see the need for these conditions. That's the bottom line.
We appreciate your view as always. I'm not sure we need to bother Mr. Shell. Would any of the commissioners like to hear from him before we resolve this matter? Commissioner Freeney? No. Okay, good. Then does anyone else have another question for our staff that they would like to ask before we move to deliberations? discussion. Commissioner Bridley.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. I certainly appreciate this conversation, and I grew up in the age of conditional use permits in Montecito way back in the 90s, when such traffic monitoring of the driveway was sort of a standard thing. But it was because it was a relatively new land use in a neighborhood that was very concerned about, say, converting Lotus Land to a public garden. And the reason I'm using this as a question is just to planning staff, really. I mean, have you seen driveway monitoring conditions in the last 5 or 10 years? I just haven't seen them lately, and
you're
because,
correct.
go ahead.
Sorry, Commissioner Bradley. No, we have not.
Okay, then the rest of my comments can be saved for deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Park.
I'm sorry I missed most of the recent discussions. My battery ran out. I had to go look for a extension cord in my barn, which is I was looking for a needle in a haystack. But getting back, it sounds like we're talking about conditions and probably the ones that the RRM people mentioned in public comment. They seem intuitively reasonable to me. I'm a fan of adaptive management. You don't do overkill at the beginning. You see kind of what happens, and then you manage accordingly. But I'm game for whatever the other commissioners want. In terms of a question of staff, I would like to see something about periodic review of the GHG reduction program. And I'd ask staff to look at what is the condition that's in there already, and do they have any suggestions to make it work with what I have in mind. So if staff is ready to present on that, fine. Otherwise, I'll address it again in a few minutes in deliberations.
Commissioner Park, we actually do have a draft. Let us see if we can get that pulled up. That might take a minute, so just 1 second.
Let me take a step back, Mr. Seaward. Oh, you're going fast.
Sorry.
I was going to suggest we needed a break. And it looks like regardless of this issue, we would be in a position to deliberate soon. But maybe we could take a 10-minute break here, come back, and finish up with the project without breaking for lunch. Is that okay with the rest of you?
I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. So that's what we'll do. We'll stop now. It is by my computer, it says 12:05, 12:15. We'll get back and finish up with Mr. Seward's presentation.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to resume.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. We are ready, waiting, and we're at the point in the hearing where I asked for last comments from staff before we turn to deliberations. So, Mr. Seward, if you have anything to add, now's the time.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. We have nothing else to add unless the commission is ready to look at a draft condition on the greenhouse gas reduction program. Other than that, we are all set.
Let's do that.
Okay, so here we are with attachment B1, condition of approval number 13, greenhouse gas reduction program. Everything reads the same. When we move down to timing, we entered every 5 years. The applicant shall reevaluate available and feasible GHG reduction measures and update the GHGRP to incorporate newly feasible measures as appropriate to the satisfaction of P&D that will reduce project emissions to 3.8 metric tons CO2e per service person per year, which matches the threshold identified in the plan requirements. And then on the monitoring, we just clarified that the initial GHGRP will be verified during construction, and then the applicant will be required to provide these reports to us every 5 years, and staff will confirm inclusion of any new feasible measures whenever the GHGRP is updated within 3 months of any updates.
I assume under timing, the underline will reduce project emissions should be emissions.
Yes,
Fourth line
thank you.
down.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. There we go.
Wow, you're a good proofreader.
Okay. Do you want to discuss this as a matter of what you were shooting for, Commissioner Park?
Yeah, but I'll do it really quickly. I think this is just fine, and I hope you keep it in the word processor for other projects. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from staff, Mr. Seward?
Commissioner Cooney, we would like to bring the commission's attention to one other condition, if Mr. Seawards would scroll down. This was a condition that the applicant had requested a revision to the timing. As mentioned before, staff is agreeable to the change of timing should the Planning Commission wish to make those corrections. Once again, the language is before you in strikeout underline.
Prior to issuance of grading permits. That's what staff is considering.
Commissioner Cooney, we are looking at working with the applicant to revise the timing instead of prior to issuance of grading permits. It will be prior to issuance of building permits.
Okay, so I was looking under plan requirements and timing.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
It still says grading permit, so yeah. Commissioner Farini, is that okay with you?
Yes, I think that accomplishes what the applicant was looking for. I'm not real on point here on the greenhouse gas emissions. of the that we first looked at. If staff could go back to that when they're done there. So every 5 years means every 5 years, as long as the project's alive, they're going to come back, or once they've achieved 3.8 MT, then there's no longer reevaluation?
Commissioner Farini, yes. The way that we have drafted this is that there is a threshold in the plan requirements for 3.8 MT. And so they are required to reach that. It shall either reduce the project's emissions to 3.8 MT per service per year, or shall incorporate feasible actions. So we drafted it that they would have to do this every 5 years until they reach the 3.8 MT.
Okay, and then Mr. Seward, what is a service person? What does that mean?
A service person.
Travis, this is Chris Bursbach from Rincon. Would you prefer me to speak to that?
If you could, that would be great, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Commissioner Farini, that is an extremely reasonable question, because it's a bit of a nuanced term of art that's used in greenhouse gas emissions analysis and thresholds. It's a generalized term to avoid using terms like per capita that may not be appropriate for specific types of projects. So it accounts for per capita in the case of, for example, a residential project that would have a population associated with it. It also accounts for employees in the case of a commercial project like this one. So it's a generalized term that includes either new residents associated with a project or new employees, or both for certain types of projects. So in this case, it essentially indicates per employee of the project.
So if you have 500 employees, then this project is going to have to reduce by 1,900 tons per year?
It would be quite a substantial reduction, yes.
I have no idea if that's feasible.
That is the reason behind this being identified as a significant unavoidable impact in the EIR. There are reasonable questions about whether that is a feasible reduction. In theory, any reduction, within an extremely large number is feasible with the allowance for off-site mitigations, such as offsets or things like that. As noted in previous discussions, that is not the county's first preferred approach to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and it's described that way in this mitigation measure, that on-site reductions are preferable. Because the bulk of the project's emissions are in fact off-site, it's as a basic calculation, not feasible to reduce to that threshold with only on-site approaches. So this mitigation measure allows them the flexibility while still identifying the county's priority for on-site prior to off-site. And then as a final point, even though it is theoretically possible to make any reasonable reduction through just buying offsets, the statewide practice for this type of mitigation has not been, or has been, to include a feasibility hedge on that and identify projects that would require a large amount of offsets in order to achieve the threshold, to identify those as having a feasibility kind of question such that we call it significant and unavoidable in the environmental document. I'm sorry for the long answer. That's the briefest way that I can try to describe it in layperson's terms. And if I haven't succeeded at that and you want me to try to clarify anything, please let me know.
Commissioner Farini, if I may kind of piggyback on what Chris just went over, if you take a look at your screen under plan requirements, our goal was to provide some of that flexibility that Chris was talking about. So there's kind of an either or approach here, the 3.8 metric tons of carbon emissions per service person, or shall incorporate all feasible actions to reduce emissions. So there is that flexibility should the applicant not be able to achieve that 3.8 metric tons per service person. They still are required to do all feasible actions to reduce emissions associated with the demand, transportation, and waste generation of the project.
Okay, oh, thank you, both of you.
Commissioner Park?
Yeah, let me address that as well, because I think Commissioner Freeney raises some good points there. But what our staff folks just mentioned is just what I had in mind, having flexibility. This requirement to reduce GHGs as much as possible is baked into this project right now. It's baked into the recommendation. And so even without revising this condition, it's there. But this condition, I think, allows innovation and flexibility. On-site mitigation is one thing. Off-site mitigation costs the applicant a lot of money. They may, as they operate the thing, find ways with on-site that do just as good a job, and it's preferable. Or it may be, 10 years down the road, we're seeing a lot of trucks that are powered by electricity or hydrogen cells or something, and we don't have the GHG issues anymore. And change will happen, and it may happen quick. And so it's nice to build in some way that the applicant and the county can all benefit from flexibility and change instead of trying to set one standard now and living with it forever. So I really do like this, and I think it benefits both the applicant and the public.
Commissioner Martinez.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is in regards to this timing and the word of shall, submit shall reevaluate every 5 years. So what happens if they don't?
Then the applicant would not be in compliance with their conditions.
Okay, but the project's already built. What implication does that mean?
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, that means they would be in violation of their permit, and the county would take enforcement actions to bring them back into compliance. So
and that's what
through fines. We have a variety of mechanisms. Unfortunately, I'm not part of our enforcement staff, so I don't know the whole breadth of those, but it starts with fines and next actionable steps that the applicant can take to bring themselves into compliance with their project as well as the conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Park?
Again, I'd like to speak to that. Let's recall that the applicant will be submitting from the get-go greenhouse gas. Let's see, a GHGRP, the greenhouse gas reduction program. And 5 years from now, they can take the thing and Xerox it and sign it again and redate it and submit it if that's what they think is what it should be. And staff might say, yeah, sure, it makes sense. It's perfectly fine. So I think that's a good question that's been raised, but the odds that the applicant couldn't submit something and that it will cause the shutdown of this enormously beneficial project, I think are pretty low.
Okay. Let's go to the larger question of staff's recommended actions. They're set forth in a couple of places, I think, unless they're different. In the PowerPoint presentation, we have one set of recommendations taking into account staff's memorandum dated March 8th. And it looks like we have basically the same language in the staff memorandum of March 8th. If that's wrong, direct us to which recommended actions we should be referring.
Chair Cooney, this is Secretary Wilson. I recommend using the ones on the screen because they include the revisions we talked about today. So at the very end, it says at the March 9th Planning Commission meeting. So we've made some revisions today, and the motions today, recommended actions will incorporate those revisions that we've talked about today.
Right, right. Thanks, Mr. Wilson. That's very helpful. So we're focused on what we see on the screen right now, and turning to Commissioner Farini, in whose district this project will be built, and ask his advice on how to proceed.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Well, up front, I would like to commend staff for the way they have worked on this project diligently, and their presentation seems to shine that light on getting the project through and working with the applicant. So I appreciate that. There's been really good discussion amongst the commissioners, and I would appreciate hearing from them first before I give my final recommendation.
That's certainly agreeable to the chair. So which of the commissioners would like to speak first on their position? I'm suggesting Commissioner Park start us off because he's thought a lot about the changes.
Well, for one, I want to join Commissioner Farini in complimenting our staff, but also the applicant staff, really everyone, and including the planning commissioners on their review of this thing. We've had about a 3-hour hearing, and it's one without significant opposition, but it was worth the scrutiny, especially a project that's taken 2 years and so much work. And I will say, probably the process that put together this planning commission was not intended to put together pieces of a jigsaw, so it'd be a bunch of complementary personalities and knowledge bases, but it's kind of worked that way. It's very impressive to me. And and you, Commissioner Martinez, are very impressive to me. I've been in a hearing 1.5 times at the Planning Commission and contributing mightily. So good for you. This project, you all have better technical knowledge than I do, but I like to look at the statement of overriding considerations. Are we overcoming these significant unavoidable impacts, and how well are we doing it? One thing, I get the methodology for assessing that there are significant but unavoidable impacts. I try to be practical in the spirit of the late Commissioner Blau, and I do believe that there is reason to believe that the impacts won't really be so significant if we net out the transportation here or there, and the fact that a lot of transportation will now go to a local facility instead of out of town. It seems to me one could make an argument that the GHGs will actually be reduced. So I am not so concerned about the practical impact of these significant but unavoidable impacts. And I think when we balance that against the overriding considerations, we have agriculture in this county that is, it's at the top ranks worldwide in terms of the innovation of our farmers, in terms of the all-year production, in terms of the diversity of crops. I was speaking to a young farmer recently who was comparing our area with the Salinas Valley and said that we're so much more successful in maintaining a healthy, clean environment in farming here in Santa Barbara County. So I want to do everything possible to allow these farmers who are taking such risks but doing such a great job to have every competitive advantage. And it seems to me that allowing this project will really help the berry farmers. And so I'm in support of this as long as it includes my request for revisions that allow me to think that we're going to do our best job for dealing with the overriding considerations.
Who's next, Commissioner Bridley?
I will. So first of all, I want to thank Commissioner Perini for telling me about Farm Day last year, because on my weekend up to Santa Maria, when I tromped around fields and looked at machinery in the fields, it really gave me a new appreciation for what farming entails. And so when I read this, I read it with interest because I thought initially this has got to be very much favored by all those folks that are up there doing the work in the dirt, so to speak. So, and I just know a little bit more, probably just enough to be dangerous. So as much as there are, a need for overriding considerations, I would be happily willing to make those. And what's interesting, I come from the urban second district, or, the cities is where I normally work. And so when I draft overriding considerations, it almost always has an economic benefit tone. And I see that we don't have that in here, but that's probably also, maybe it's hidden in overriding consideration number 1 on page A9. Because I think this facility will end up having a good tax benefit and actually a spin-off effect for all the farmers up in Santa Maria that don't have to ship their fruit as far as they do now. So I would be in support of it. I appreciate all of the hard work by staff to bring it as fast as possible to the commission. I know it seems like a long time for folks out of the county, but this was quite swift. And the only other thing I had in mind was that the suggestion by Ms. Rayner and the other RRM representative about having monitoring of traffic at the driveway, I think is overkill. And I actually wouldn't support that because tagging on to what Mr. Robertson said is we have, solid trip estimates, and I'm not sure what the value is of looking at the driveway counts for this. Betaravia is not, it's not like Hollister at Cathedral Oaks. I mean, it's not that heavily impacted, and it's actually a different kind of, if it's a different kind of road, it's an ag function road. So I don't think that the driveway count is something that we should pursue. Anyway, with that, I would be in support of the motion on the screen and look forward to someone else making a motion who's closer to the site.
Commissioner Martinez.
Well, thank you for bearing with me and being the neophyte here and trying to learn these things, but and I appreciate the opportunity to ask the questions that I'm asking. Living in the area and not being and knowing the Betaravia property, I have to say, when I looked at this, I was a bit concerned if we're putting kind of the cart before the horse with so much concern about if the water doesn't exist, then we're kind of doing something that won't come to fruition. Which is why I had so many questions regarding the water, and being that there was water quality tests. I'm leery about the traffic situation, the way it exists and what will exist after they build this with so many people on the property. And the question wasn't really asked, and I just really thought of it right now is so many employees, it's already hard to get enough employees to even do the farming and the agricultural situation, where these employees would be coming from, if they're seasonal, if they're H2A, and what burden that has on the surrounding communities. And one thing that I do have, and this is just me growing up in Orange County, I saw what happened to Orange County when they lost ag land, pit by piece by piece by piece. And then losing ag land to a facility, I see it's agriculture related, but it just gives me a wary feeling of what's happening to our diminishing agricultural land. And but this is something that has been worked on. I'm amazed at how fast this project has come to fruition for 2 years, but I'm looking at the motion, and I'm going to rely upon staff and their thoughts and their work. And I appreciate and can look at the volume of paperwork being done here. I can only imagine the work and effort and sweat that was put into it. And I appreciate that. And I've looked it up over and over, and I will be one that would be ultimately supporting what staff and the recommended actions that are before us.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez, all the commissioners for their comments. Mine, I have to say, is similar to my baseball team. you figure out who the best players are in a given project. And Commissioner Farini is the cleanup hitter as well as the leadoff hitter. He's invaluable to us on this project. And he not only lives and works right alongside the applicants, but he's thoughtful about the best way to develop ag-related services, which this is. It is immense in terms of size, and it struck me that it will stand out like a sore thumb, and you'll be able to see it from far away. But more important in this case, I realize, than aesthetics, not to totally disregard the statements of the applicant that this is really going to be a great looking facility, but it's a concern we have on almost every project in the county, and we have to look at the overall benefit compared to some of the disadvantages, traffic being another. But Commissioner Farini, if you are in favor of this project, all things said, I'm going to cast my vote with you.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Well, that was good to hear from all the commissioners and all the different facets that we look at these projects, different lenses. Just a little brief history of what I've learned over the last 5 years maybe is that the berry business in Santa Maria has been growing. It's probably the fastest growing crop by acreage in the valley, and certainly by value. And through this time, I have had opportunity to talk to other growers, and many of them are from Oxnard and Salinas, Watsonville. And what specifically the Oxnard guys are saying, they are being displaced, much as Commissioner Martinez spoke to in Orange County. It's going on in Oxnard, where that ground's being converted from agriculture to urban dwellings, new neighborhoods. And we're kind of caught with that on the other side with SB 9 and 10 and RENA rules, and we got to put houses somewhere, and where do we put them? And so here we are. This isn't houses. It's not high density. It's something to support an industry that will hopefully help keep us in ag for a little while longer. But ultimately, we're not going to be able to stop, the movement of humanity. So it is a project in need. To me, it has a top operator from what I've seen at their facility in Santa Maria. They do a great job. They have a good reputation. The need is there so that we're not sending this stuff off site and causing more traffic. So we will benefit from efficiency. Maybe not Santa Maria so much, but the larger community of the state of California definitely will. So with that, I would make the motion that we follow slide 12 that staff has up before us today on their presentation, make the required findings for approval of the project, certify the final environmental impact report, and approve the project subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
Commissioner Parks seconds the motion of Commissioner Farini. Any further discussion from staff or the commission? Not seeing any. And thanking everyone for their patience today. Let's call for the roll.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations to the applicant's team. Great preparation. We look forward to the project proceeding. And we'll look forward to our next meeting of the commission on April 6th. We do not have a meeting on the 30th as originally scheduled. And then we won't have one on the 13th, but I'm sure the workload will catch up with us. Mr. Wilson, anything final?
Mr. Chair, nothing further for me.
Your voice is improving, but next time we see you, it should be perfect.
Yes, hopefully.
Okay, great. We are then adjourned. Thank you all.